Hi there, good afternoon. And I know that plenty of you have probably got darts withdrawal symptoms at the moment after watching that fantastic final at the World Championship and seeing all of the buzz around this sport. Well, the best way to deal with it is more darts, and that is what we're going to bring you throughout 2024 here at the MODUS Super Series. And here is a little taster of the players that are in action this week.
It's double 18.
Going Sean
Perfect night dart, and he's been threatened all day.
Hits the bullseye, doesn't he?
Going Sean the foreplay. Roller
What a
Thornton.
shot.
We've got 164 checkouts on the ball.
Going Sean the second leg.
156 is very much in the grasp of Colin Osborne.
Going Sean the fifth
finish
leg.
that
Colin
is.
Osborne.
That night I won the Premier League, when I look at that throw, it was a shout.
He's a two-times back-to-back World Master, a former Premier League champion. Let's welcome Glenn Durant!
Yeah, we will welcome Glenn Durant to this stage this evening at the Super Series. A really good lineup this week. Matthew Edgar alongside me. He's been watching the action in commentary. But first, before we dive into this week, let's just have a word on that World Championship final. Look, all the attention had been about Luke Littler, and we know him well from what he did on this stage, but you have to give a lot of credit to Luke Humphries, the way that he performed last night.
Really, really good final. It was everything I hoped it would be. I mean, I did think Luke Humphries would probably have a little bit too much for Luke Littler on the basis of what we've seen from him over the last time. But I wanted to see Luke Littler come out and really make a statement and really handle what is the biggest game of darts ever in the world, and certainly in terms of the viewing figures and everything that brought and the attention, to handle it the way he did was fantastic. He started a bit slow, and I started getting concerns. I was like, oh no, I don't want it to go down like this. I don't want him to go down with a bit of a whimper. I want people to remember what a fantastic achievement this has been. Averaged over 100 for the tournament, but Luke Humphries at the moment is on a completely different level when it comes to the world of darts.
Yeah, I mean, it was all right, wasn't it? But if you wanted real nail-biting drama, you should have been watching the Super Series yesterday, because what a finish we had to Group A. We'll show you the group breakdown for this week. Robert Thornton got there in the end, winning that group, but there were three players that could have won it with a variation of results, and one of them, Colin Osborne, has actually ended up in Group C.
Do you know what I really enjoy about that, actually? When we get to these sort of different possibilities of all the different players that could win the group, we try and work out, do they know what's happening? Are they aware of the situation? Actually, as I was leaving yesterday, every one of the players told me all the situations. I'm like, I did know. I was kind of commentating through it. And they were sort of, oh, if this would have happened, I'd have got... They all knew exactly what was required. So they all lived that the same way we did, a very dramatic ending that I've never seen the like of. There was 4 possibilities that could have happened out of that.
Yeah, one of them was Conan Whitehead. He had actually gone next door. They sell sort of refreshments there, and he was just in there. He had to come back in, because had it been 4-2, he would have actually finished top of the table. He came walking through the building, had to walk back out then. He's going to play in Group B tonight, but the focus is on Group C. Let's talk you through the betting to guide you through this group. I mean, the big surprise really is that Daryl Pilgrim's even ended up in this group. He was favourite to win Group A. He's an odds-on favourite to win this group.
It's hard to argue with. Daryl Pilgrim's not really played like Daryl Pilgrim levels up at that sort of what we saw in 2023, but he still averaged 90 for the campaign. He's just looked a bit tight, a bit stiff, and maybe now he's had a group under his belt and he's got his 24 up and running now, we'll start to see the best of him today. That would certainly be my impression in this group.
Any value there for you?
I think it's hard to lay against Daryl Pilgrim. I mean, Colin Osborne's been playing well this week. 4-1 could represent value. They could be the two that go through. But I do find it really, really hard to offer anything up against Pilgrim at this point.
Well, let's see if we can find any value in today's Modus Super Series bet builder. This a treble paying just under 5-1, over 1.5 180s in the match between Steve Brown and Daryl Pilgrim. Minus 1.5 the win for Steve Brown against Jeroen Caron, and then Colin Osborne and Pilgrim. That to go a long way, over 5.5 legs. What do you think of that?
The Jeroen Caron one really grabs my attention that that's the way that the punters are going with this today, because we've seen 2 days and 2 completely contrasting days. Yes, he finished bottom of the Group A table, which if you asked me to tell you who's going to finish bottom of the Group A table, I would have said Jeroen Caron on the basis of everything we know before here. But it wasn't as straightforward a story as that. He won 3 games on Monday and he was really challenging, some big finishers. But yesterday really lost the way on the outer ring. He went from 40% on the doubles down to 20%, and that was the telling factor. So how does he recover from that? Does he go back to the form we saw on Tuesday, or is it a continuation of negativity? I'd be really interested to see how that first game goes. And I think if it doesn't go well for him against Steve Brown, I think the punters will be jumping against Caron.
And just a reminder, if you are going to have a bet, of course, please gamble responsibly. It's begambleaware.org for more information, and 18+. Right, Colin Osborne was involved in that dramatic ending to Group A. He finds himself in Group C. He's going to play in the first match of the day against the ADC qualifier Kevin Garcia. And Henry Deacon spoke to the Wizard a little earlier today.
Colin, bit of a traumatic day for yourself yesterday. There was a point where you thought you may have won the group. There's a point you could have played tonight, but you're here this afternoon. How have you felt kind of 24 hours on?
Yeah, it was a bit of a strange one, to be fair. I think me second from last game, I was top of the table. And then after me defeat to Core, I went to 4th. And then if I'd have beat Rob 4-1, 4-0 in the last game, I'd have got top. But then I'd missed a shot at the bull to win 4-2, which would have put Core through. But I lost the game, Rob went top, and here we are.
Back we are today. But the way you played, particularly at points yesterday, must brim you with confidence.
Oh, yeah, 100%, H. I'm playing well, like I've said it before, you know. I'm in a good place, I'm playing well, and hopefully it's shown on the dartboard.
Former grand finalist here, and it feels like you're kind of getting this format sussed out a little bit. You've been here from the very start. What do you think the key is to you and your success here at the Super Series?
I think it's just, I mean, obviously previously in Southampton, you know, I know there wasn't a stage, you should say, but the stage here, I just love being on the stage playing. You know, and I'm playing well. I'm in a good place, and like you say, you walk on that stage like I've reiterated before. It's if you want to play darts, that's where you want to play.
Let's say grand finalist here before. You lost out to a young man called Luke Littler. Now I don't know whether you heard of what he's done since, but he's done a couple of things in the world final last night. Now you played him in a jackpot match here. What do you think the biggest keys you saw in that game when you played Luke on a big stage? What kind of key things do you see from him there that kind of harboured his success at Ali Pali?
I've never heard of him. No, it's. I mean, it just shows you. I was just in there talking to Steve there. Obviously, he was the chairman of the JDC. He must be super proud because he's a prodigy of the system, you know. And watching the final last night against Luke, and he was a great ambassador, you know, for the game. He just seems to conduct himself so well. His temperament. He's years before. I mean, he's 16 years old. He's still a kid. But his temperament, it's years old. Yeah, he's a great, you know, advert for the game. When I played him here, I thought I had him at 2 each. He took the bull out for 90. Not that I can remember, but no, look at the interest he generated in the game. It's fantastic.
And I know that you've been someone who's always tried to help develop the youth side of the game. And Luke's not the only one of these top players that are really showing their way through. Of course, he's going to grab the headlines, but there's plenty in the assembly line, isn't there?
Oh, yes. I mean, back at home, I play in a single league on a Wednesday night, and there's a young lad called Henry Coates. And I think going back 12, 18 months, you know, there was Henry Coates, Luke Littler, Leighton Bennett, the young lad over the Black Country, Jensen Walker, and there's a young lad up in the North East called Daniel Stevenson. The future's bright, you know, and again, it's congrats to Steve, you know, and the JDC. It's the system seems to be working.
There's some good young players in amongst the game, but you're still going great. We wish you all the best today. Colin, good luck.
Thank you.
All about opportunity here at the MODUS Super Series, and getting his today, Kevin Garcia, the ADC qualifier. Of course, many forget that Luke Littler actually started out via that route, qualified through the amateur dart circuit, and then the rest is history, isn't it? Went on to win 2 Super Series, made the World Championship final. If you're watching at home thinking maybe that could be you, then get yourself to the ADC website, book yourself in a tournament, and maybe you could be on that Super Series stage. On it for the first match, Garcia against Osborne, and talking you through 15 fixtures today, and Matthew Edgar, and a very good afternoon to Henry Deacon.
Very good afternoon, Chris. A very good afternoon, everybody, and breathe after one of the most dramatic nights in the history of the sport of darts. And we send our congratulations to Luke Humphries for picking up the Sid Waddell Trophy and the £500,000 that goes with it. The world number one being the world champion It just sounds so fitting, doesn't it? It was a world championship full of storylines, but it was a Group A full of storylines here. Colin Osborne could have won the group. He could have been into tonight's session, but he finds himself throwing here against the man from Merseyside, Kevin Garcia. A second appearance of him here at the Super Series. He played in Series 2 back in October last year. That's Jack Garwood. He's our referee for this afternoon's session, and I'm happy to say alongside me in the commentary box, it's a very good afternoon, Matthew Edgar.
Afternoon, Henry. Afternoon, everyone. This is going to be quite an intriguing Group C, but I think the story all comes down to who can chase down Daryl Pilgrim in this one. He's the bookies' favourite, and rightly so installed. But Colin Osborne is going to have plenty to say about that.
140.
He has really rejuvenated his career over the last few years. Player will be hoping to rejuvenate his career. Coming up next as well, Ron Muhlenkamp. He'll be the first man trying to topple the bookies' favourite, Daryl Pilgrim. And then a man who's sacrificed his career to develop others, Steve Brown, coming
100.
up against Jeroen Caron. That's an intriguing lap of fixtures. Two-day group. 2 players qualify through your Group C. Players in position 1 and 2. Players in position 3, 4 and 5 and 6, we say goodbye to. They would be eliminated. There is no more groups, unlike Group A, which you have watched already on Tuesday and Wednesday.
140.
Top 2 through. Everybody else off home.
Elimination comes into play. Osborne threatening the break of throw in this first leg. Leaving 1-2-1 after 9. He's got 6 starts to break the throw of Garcia here, and so doesn't have to attack the balls if he doesn't want to. Some players go 25 first to leave themselves on 96 when their opponent's not
43.
on a finish. 43 leaves 78. And if you are new to us here at the Super Series, maybe you've caught the bug following the Alexandra Palace exploits of, in particular, Luke Littler, then welcome
82.
along.
Colin,
We
you
get
require
some stars of the
78.
future here. We also get to see some legends of the past. There's a little bit of everything here at the MODUS Super Series. We're going to make some new names. We're going to make some
28.
famous stories over the next 12 months or so.
Kevin, you require 136.
Do stick with us. Can Garcia give us a 1-3-6 to kickstart his day? Not on this occasion. And so Osborne comes back with another go to
60.
break, this time with 50.
Colin, you require 50. $30.
You can see he was quite
Kevin, you
expectant there,
require
Colin Osborne, almost
76.
wincing at the thought of missing the double. There's a potential sign of confidence there and a vibe into what Colin Osborne is feeling.
Game shot on the first leg.
Tell you what he's feeling
Kevin
now. You
Garcia.
don't need to read the facial expressions. He's feeling disappointment and frustration. A chance to break the throw of Kevin Garcia
Second
has come and
leg, it's
gone.
Colin to throw
Garcia,
first.
just one dart in hand was
on.
all he needed. Takes out the 76 and holds on to his throw in 21.
Well, Kevin Garcia was absolutely nowhere in the first leg. Colin Osborne with scoring power akin to that really took authority, but he missed 3 darts at a double. But the Wizard responds in kind, kicking off leg 2 of a max.
100.
You get the sense this will be a game where Colin's going to
26.
hold the cards in terms of the scoring stakes. It's just how Kevin can stick with him, because one thing we have seen from Colin this week is he has presented opportunities to his opponents.
96.
Just lacking that killer edge, isn't he, at times? The Wizard. He doesn't need to find that right now. He's just got to find that
140.
level of consistency, get through to Saturday night. We know what he can do on there. He's been successful on the Saturday night before.
84. Colin, you require 155.
155, and again, he's going to get a couple of bites at it. His scoring prowess has been way too much for Kevin Garcia in the early echelons of this match.
95.
Colin Osborne won his week in Series 4. It was week 4, and he beat Christian Kist in that particular final.
41.
Player who
Colin,
also
you
saw the
require
World
60.
Championships. It was the beginning of Luke Littler's record-breaking run. Tops.
Game
He had
shot
all
on
the time in
second
the
leg.
world, but this
Colin
time he
Osborne.
polishes it up first time of asking. 14 darter for Colin Osborne to level this game up at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
And Colin Osborne would be disappointed that this isn't week 4 because he's won 2 weeks here at the
93.
Super Series, and both of them have been in week 4. Series 2, week 4. He beat Aaron Monk in the final, the week that also featured in the semi-finals Darryl Pilgrim and Jelle Klassen.
40. $41.
Don't forget, if you do want to get in touch with us here at the MODUS Super Series, do follow our social media channels.
140.
On Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, we are at MSS Darts. You can also follow us on TikTok, where there's plenty of
140.
bonus content available on there. And for those of you joining us via the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, don't forget to drop us a subscribe, because over 70% of people that tune into the
100.
MODUS Super Series don't subscribe to our channel. And if you do subscribe, there's plenty of bonus content on top of the live darts that will bring to you 6 days a week, 50 weeks of the year.
134.
I believe there's an interesting video on TikTok at the moment of Paul Hinks eating a bag of sugar on the toilet, actually. It was something I didn't expect to
70.
see.
I beg your
Kevin,
pardon?
You require 93.
Go check it out. Garcia wanted to check this one out. Double 9 for a double lead.
75. Colin, you require 151.
Well, it's a big chance, but a chance nonetheless. With a chance that I go begging for Osborne, and so Garcia will come back free in hand at double 9 to
60.
put his nose in front again at
Kevin, you
2-1.
require 18.
He was outplayed in the first 2 legs,
Game shot
but
on
in the
third
third one he
leg,
found his
Kevin
scoring
Garcia.
boots, and he finds himself in front. 16 darter is the man from Merseyside who leads the Middlesbrough man by 2 legs
Fourth
to
leg,
1.
it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Of course, not the only Teessider who will be teeing up on the Super Series stage
135.
today. A certain Glenn Durrant is going to be joining us. The action from 10 o'clock.
40. $140.
Does will be back in action later on this evening, 10 o'clock. The return of a legend
57.
to the big stage, and a debut on the Super Series stage for the 3-time Lakeside champ.
Looking forward to seeing Glenn up on the stage tonight. Be interesting to see where he's at ahead of his campaign that will be coming up at the
84.
Seniors World Championship, when he's hoping to dethrone our Group A winner, Robert Thornton, the back-to-back Seniors World Champion.
44. Colin, you require 142.
142 for Osborne to level up at 2-2, and once again he's got time. Garcia has not made any inroads in this particular leg. Got bullseye to leave double 16. 71 remaining. That slipped into the single 11. So treble 13 or treble 17 may be the options here for Colin. Treble 13 leads himself
110.
double 16. It's a response, but it's one in vain.
121. Colin, you require 32.
As Osborne's looking for his second 14 darter of the
Game shot
match.
on
He
the
finds a
fourth
second
leg.
14
Colin
darter.
Osborne.
2-2 it is. Osborne may feel like he could and should have been off the stage by now, but he's still locked
Fifth leg,
amidst
it's
the
Kevin
middle of
to
a
throw
battle.
first.
Garcia
Game on.
hanging in there, sticking with the task. He has the darts to go 3-2 in front.
96.
We shouldn't really be surprised, though, should we,
80.
that Colin Osborne is so adept to this format. He's had such success in this format. When you consider his biggest career win was at the Championship League, which is a
132.
similar type tournament where you were playing behind closed doors, loads of games in front of stream cameras, and you were playing in a league table type event.
Yeah, an event I'd love to see brought back into the PDC, but as it was then, it was for the players that were in the top 32 in the world. I'd probably like to see that maybe with players in positions 32 to 64, just to give the extra staircase on the PDC ladder. But I remember that very well. I believe it was £50 for winning a leg, and Champions Week was like £100 a leg. Final was £200 a leg. Phil Taylor used to call the corridor that walked you down to the venue the corridor of cash.
Well, Garcia's looking to cash in on an off leg by Osborne, and he could find himself in front again. He could pin 2-2. Now, there could be some thinking here because Osborne's not on a finish. 1-1.
No score.
In some ways, that might be the best start because he gets to go back to 4-4.
We'll give him that. He busts that. I mean, he didn't go at the 1-1. I think he went safe. That would be what he'd have done in that situation. He'd have thought, bottom wire, play safe. He's then just looping it a little bit. He's come
60.
low, but it's no damage done.
You require 8.
Because it was a free visit due to the fact that he scored so well in this leg.
Kevin Garcia.
When you outscore your opponent as much as he did in the leg, you're allowed to make that mistake at the back end. You give yourself the luxury of time.
It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
But Garcia a leg away. Osborne now throwing to stay in it. They're dominating the scoring phase of the match.
140.
But Garcia has been on it when it's mattered.
99.
We bang on all the time about, certainly in these short formats, how averages don't always tell you the full story. Your eyes are not tricking you. 12 points difference in the averages.
108.
It's the man that was behind in the averages is the man that's leading the scoreboard. A beautifully timed first maximum here for Kevin Garcia, the man from Merseyside.
38.
Part of the UK that's been quite heavily in the news, hasn't it, recently, in the darting calendar?
100.
Osborne looking to set up. Garcia's got a shot for the match. 1-2-2 to
59.
defeat the Wizard.
Kevin, you require 122.
18 and Bull. Bullseye for the match for Kevin Garcia. To round it off with a ton topper and a 12-dart leg. What an introduction to the MODUS Super Series upon his return for Kevin Garcia. A 4-2 victory against the former grand finalist Colin Osborne. That 1-2-2 seed of the match. Osborne dominated the scoring exchanges early on, but he missed opportunities. Garcia took full advantage of that, and towards the end was the better player. A 4-2 win for Kevin Garcia then against Colin Osborne to kickstart our day. But upon our return, we're going to see the return of One the Bomb Moolenkamp. He takes on Mr. P, Darrell Pilgrim.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the bomb Ron Muhlenkamp has returned to the stage here in Portsmouth. His opponent in the opening match for him is Daryl Pilgrim, surprise player in Group C, was a favourite to win Group A, didn't really have a good couple of days, and the man who produced the highest ever average in this tournament finds himself playing on a Thursday and Friday afternoon. He's up against a former tour card holder who did really good stuff in the PDC, looking to work his way back. Can Pilgrim be a little bit better and live up to his billing as odds-on favourite for this group? Let's find out in the company of Henry and Matthew.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. In terms of the scoring stakes, not much really changed for Daryl Pilgrim on Tuesday and Wednesday, respectively, in Group A. But there was a big handicap when it came to the doubling. Squandered opportunities has ultimately cost the man who was the favourite to win the week. He's actually drifted out in terms of those particular prices. And so if you fancy the chances of Mr. P getting himself back into the mix and back into the equation, I would book it now. 5-1 he is with the odds compilers as he takes on Ron Muhlenkamp, who's got the real possibility here of going under the radar. The 35-year-old who made the last 16 of the World Grand Prix, nicknamed the Bomb. And he's been a player that kind of been simmering underneath the surface a little bit. And I just wonder at some point,
First
is he
leg,
going to reignite?
First.
Maybe this
Game
could be the
on.
stage where it happens. We saw flashes of it the last time he was here, but he just missed out in the Group C, and that's what he doesn't want to do this time.
He had a few issues
60.
technique-wise with the action, and I do believe that has now been rectified and sorted from what my sources are telling me, and should be back
45.
to challenging and getting for peak powers and getting ready to try and get back on that PDC Pro Tour. Certainly no sign of any concerns here for Muhlenkamp, so it's great to see that he's now going to be able to enjoy his darts again and feel competitive, because the worst thing
59.
you can do is you get caught up in that sort of cauldron where the only thing you think about is the technique, the throwing of the dart, then you end up just staying
134.
relentlessly throwing at the treble 20, you end up losing the board mastery, and it all breaks down. But these are really well thrown darts from Muhlenkamp, just sitting on the wire.
100.
But before this game got underway, he was the even money outsider to win this match, Ron Muhlenkamp. Daryl Pilgrim, the 8-11 favourite with the odds compilers.
140.
Maxi for Ron.
100.
Maxi for Ron, his first of the day, his first of the group. And may just scupper Pilgrim's advances in terms of breaking the throw in leg one.
41.
Particularly
Ron,
after
you
that
require
visit.
102.
$82 left. Bull or treble 14. Bull left double 16 if he went and
62.
found that particular target.
Daryl, you require 141. $57. Ron, you require 40.
Totsamuna camp for the first leg. That's pitched up high. That might be nice for him. 2 10s.
20.
Doesn't go, and so
Daryl, you
Pilgrim
require
will
84.
now get a more tangible break chance. Bullseye. 1-0
Getting shot on the
Pilgrim. He
first
finds the
leg,
breaker
Daryl
throw.
Pilgrim.
And the middle of the diddle solves the riddle. And I tell you what, you could just see that little bit of an ooh exasperating
Second leg, it's Daryl
Bob
to throw
Pilgrim, who has
first.
had his trials and
Game on.
tribulations this week.
I stand by what I've said all the way through. There is no part of me that believes Daryl Pilgrim is comfortable with throwing darts on that stage right now.
140.
I felt like it for the last couple of days, and I still feel the same. He's looking tense, he's looking stiff, but he's winning at the moment, and that's the only thing that matters. That was a fantastic dart
60.
there on the bullseye. It only takes just that one little spark just to get things rocking and rolling once again.
And he is a player That really does go with the
98.
flow, doesn't he, Pilgrim? He's the type of player that he can just ignite himself on one good visit. Confidence player.
100.
And the proof is by the numbers. You look at some of the numbers he produced here at the Super Series. His best stuff is usually back to back to back. I know the obvious example is the 2 record-breaking averages, but
96.
he tends to do things in spells. Hoping this is a good 2 3-day spell. They mean that he joined Steve West in becoming the second player to qualify before Champions Weeks. Although, he'll be hoping he's not going to be playing at Champions Week because his ambition is very much to win a tour card.
$60. Darryl, you require 74.
74 for Darryl Pilgrim at a 2-0 lead. Double 16. Goes
58.
inside, and so Meulenkamp back for 160 to get the break back. He's been outscored to some tune in this leg.
$140.
But now there's pressure on this double
Darryl, you
eight.
require 16.
The
Game
double
started
that
second
sealed
leg,
the fate
Darryl
of Luke
Pilgrim.
Humphries in becoming a world champion has put Darryl Pilgrim 2-0 to the good.
Third leg, it's Ron to throw first. Game on.
It's interesting, Mike, because I think it was me and you that had this conversation in the commentary box midway through last year when we said, how long do you think someone will come
95.
through the ranks here at the Super Series and maybe go on and win a world title or make a tangible dent in a televised major? Well, at this World Championships, we've had Scott Williams, who won the third ever week here at the Super
140.
Series, and Luke Littler, who was champion here in August, making the final, nearly winning the thing.
And it'll always be that way, I think, moving forward now. I think the Super Series is going to
100.
be a very big part of a dart player's development. Be really interesting to see those players that get the tour cards this year. I think will be
46.
pretty much the players we're seeing here on a regular basis.
Well, we'll hear a bit more from Steve Brown as the day goes on, but I was chatting with him this morning. He basically said this is kind of now the stepping stone towards getting into that particular circuit. This is kind
80.
of for young players coming through and having that ambition of getting a tour card. This is almost your breeding ground to the big stage. So when you get on there, you don't get daunted by it.
95.
I mean, even Owen Bates, and I know he lost in the end to Steve Lennon, but you could tell the way that he walked and strutted across the stage as if it wasn't his first rodeo. Whereas maybe a
97.
couple of years ago, a player in his scenario without that stagecraft and experience could have perhaps folded on that particular occasion. But there's no folding here. Max lead tops.
180.
And just when
Ron, you
Meulenkamp
require
thought he might have a degree of
129.
comfort, he may be forced to take this out. Otherwise, he may be double broke here.
89. Darryl, you require 40.
Tops after 12 for 3-0.
Game shot in the
Pilgrim's
third
moving through the
leg,
gears.
Darryl Pilgrim.
Average just under 96. 3 out of 5 on the finishing. A 13 darter there. Pilgrim means business. He's 3-0
Fourth
to the
leg,
good.
it's Darryl
And he
to throw
may
first.
be on the cusp of defusing the
on.
bomb.
Beautiful.
180.
Lovely darts there from Darryl Pilgrim. Question the fact that at times he's looked a bit tight this last couple of days. Absolutely not there.
140.
Free flowing now, Darryl Pilgrim. And not just because the darts are starting to land, it's how they're doing the rhythm, the pace of the arm.
83.
All looking so much better here for Mr. P.
And you must think
44.
that if I play to my best, I am the best player in this group and I go through.
Oh, absolutely. But he probably thought that in Group A as well.
140.
Well, he's now averaging in excess of 102. His 4 from 40 of the match leaves him on 98 after 9. He could round this off with legs of 13, followed by an 11. And Moonenkamp could do nothing by way of response. He leaves a finish on the back of a max, but he's got to hope that Pilgrim does not convert the 98. He's not going to convert it, but he's going to have to take out the 137.
Ron, you require 137.
Doesn't go, and so Pilgrim tops after 12. He will come back to pick up the points.
40. Darryl, you require 40.
Well, there's that tension coming back all of a sudden. But normally when you miss by so
and the
far,
match,
the next
Darryl
one goes
Pilgrim.
straight in the double. And that's what happened to Darryl Pilgrim, who wraps up an impressive performance there. A comfortable scoreline of 4-0 against Ron Muhlenkamp, who played well himself. 91.35 the average from Muhlenkamp, but he was not able to land a blow on Mr. P. Can Jerome Caron get back on track? He coming up next against Steve Brown.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Yeah, do indeed get your tickets. Take the advice of my esteemed colleagues and get yourself down here for a Saturday night. Maybe you will be one of the first to see the next Luke Littler. Many people who came here last year had the privilege of seeing him up close and personal on that stage. Well, trying to get to finals night this week, Steve Brown, of course, who played a big hand in the development of Luke and many other young players. He's the chairman of the Junior Darts Corporation, and he spoke to Henry Deacon earlier today.
Well, Steve, it's meant to be a couple of days playing for yourself here at the Super Series, but I imagine your preparation's kind of been anything but, hasn't it, this week?
Yeah, no, it's been an absolutely crazy week, obviously. Unprecedented, really. The media attention we've had, and yeah, we've been in high demand. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to being here and actually playing darts instead of watching it.
Chairman of the JDC, you must have been so proud with what you've seen over the last couple of weeks with Luke Littler in particular.
Oh yeah, no, he's really flying the flag for the junior game, if you like. He's obviously well documented. He's only 16 years old, but I mean, there's a lot of kids behind him coming through, and I'm sure he could be a big inspiration. And I think even more people, more young players, they want to sort of join the sport. So great.
Have you seen an unprecedented interest and influx of people in terms of interest, maybe people trying to find out about academies and maybe systems like the JDC?
Yeah, across our academy network, they've been inundated with parents wanting to find out more information about kids starting the sport. So again, it's just one of those, I think, a bit of a tipping point moment, if you like, for the sport. And yeah, I think we're in for a cracking 5-10 years.
And I suppose it shows a lot about the pathways, in particular tournaments like this, where he's got Luke Littler in particular has got the opportunity to learn about stage. You also saw the likes of Thomas Banks here, young players getting the opportunity to play in front of stage, in front of the camera. So when they do get onto the big tournaments, they're not daunted by that stage environment.
Yeah, it's very much, we've got a step-by-step process now, I suppose. And I'd say the MODUS Super Series is sort of the last step before the PDC. Again, it's invaluable. You can't put, what he's learned here playing in front of a small crowd, essentially, is really put him in good stead for playing at Ali Pali.
How key is it now for the sport in general to kind of strike while the iron's hot?
No, we have to pounce on this. It's not, you can't buy this kind of media attention. So I think we've all have a bit of a duty to do what we can for the sport. And again, these moments don't come around very often for sports. So for us, we need to really jump on this.
Right, let's have a little bit of a chat about yourself, the darts player Steve Brown. I'd imagine it's been a busy couple of weeks, but how has the preparation been going into this event?
Obviously, the last sort of weeks, I've been very busy doing media stuff. But before that, my form was really, really good. So I'm hoping to start well today. That's very important for me, I think. If I can do that, then I'll grow into this the next couple of days and hopefully get into Saturday.
We'll let you enjoy the darts, Steve. All the very best.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
One of the most important people in the world of darts is throwing practice darts there. Steve Brown, the chair of the Junior Darts Corporation, the chair of the Amateur Darts Circuit, two platforms that has seen help the mesmeric rise of the likes of Luke Littler, and he's playing a player who won a qualifier through the ADC, ensuring can on to kickstart his campaign, the 42-year-old from Bristol. And I feel like because of what he does away from the playing side of the game, we actually forget how good a player Steve Brown was in his heyday. The Bomber is back, and he does have history on this stage. He has made it through to Saturdays before. He made it through to a final here before, squandering a 3-0 lead against Rene Idams before then losing 4 legs to 3. So we know what he can do here.
100.
But his preparations have been far from ideal.
We know what you can do. He knows what you can do. And sometimes that's where frustration kicks in when you know what you're capable of, but it's not quite coming through. He'll want this to start quite strong for him here.
100.
And he'll be more than happy with a couple of trebles on the opening visits. That will just settle you into the task and just let you know that you're transferring that form onto the game board.
60.
Mentioned about the experience gained by Luke Littler here, playing in front of a small crowd. I think the experience comes beyond the experience of the crowd. I think a lot of it comes down to playing in front of cameras, playing on a stage like this, and the knowing that there's that unlimited potential of people watching. There's moments that can be
85.
Clipped up. There's 2 people sat here with microphones scrutinising everything that is going on the stage. So I think that's the
125.
real experience gained here at the Super Series. And what a start from Steve Brown.
Yeah, leaving 76 after 12, and he's kind of left Jeroen in the dust.
56.
Potential 14
Steve, you
starter to
require
kickstart his
76.
day. Tops.
56.
It's below.
Jeroen, you require 160.
Jeroen wanting 160 to win a leg. He hasn't really been in. But another one of them would have left double top, the target that Brown's just missed.
140.
Both leave double 10 after
Steve, you require
15, but
20.
Brown gets first go. Up for fives. Oh my. Double five, Steve. Double five.
10. Jeroen, you require 20.
He'll be livid with himself.
Game shot on the first leg.
Jeroen
Jeroen
Karoun was
Karoun.
not in this leg up until the end point. He leads 1-0 with a break.
Second leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
Okay, I've managed to close my wide open mouth for long enough to be able to muster up some words again. We was just talking
85.
about the difference between the crowd and the cameras. That there is one of those moments where
60.
for the cameras, people will be watching that. I said about the potential of clipping different moments up and talking about things. Now, for Steve Brown, he'll be able to shrug that aside and forget about it, but
55.
that goes out into the internet universe of darts, and
100.
I'm sure he'll have friends and family and WhatsApp groups that will be sending those laughing emojis at him alongside that dart, which again brings with its own pressures. A lot of players have little WhatsApp groups amongst themselves, and I can tell you some of those groups are mightily brutal. Just ask Duzza tonight about one he's in, which is, I'm sure he'll be
100.
turning off for the next couple of days.
Yeah, the Geordies, isn't he? Glenn, that group chat. Steve Brown travelled down this morning to Portsmouth. He actually cashed a lift off of Paul Starr, of all people.
140.
Resident MC of the World Seniors.
Jeroen, you require 86.
This for 2-0 to Karoun. Another 18. And the bullseye.
41.
Pitched above, and so Brown
Steve, you require 101.
level up. He's a ton topper. Trouble 19. Would left himself double 12.
38.
So Karoun,
Jeroen, you
an
require
opportunity
45.
to double his advantage. He pinched the opening leg, but has been the better player in the second. Tops. Oh, that's dragged wide. It's veered off to the left.
13.
And Brown gets
Steve,
another
you require
opportunity.
63.
But it's only at 63. Whitehead went 13 ball on this yesterday. Double top.
Game shot on the second
Pinned.
leg. Steve Brown.
Back we are 1-1. In some ways, it's a fair scoreline, but in the unfair way, because the player who was second best in both the legs has ended
Third
up
leg,
winning
it's
them.
Steve to throw first. Game
Cash
on.
in mind back 2 or 3 minutes ago, I said Steve Brown will not be affected by those massively wayward darts at the double, and they're the case in point. Probably better there for him as well that it came at the end of a combination shot rather than coming to the board with 3 darts in hand and having all that thinking and processing time.
96.
But good signs there from Steve Brown.
59. $85. 140.
Kieran, come on. Been a
40.
mixture of fortunes in terms of results. Didn't get any results yesterday, but it wasn't without opportunity. Carved himself out 35 darts at the double,
60.
but was only able to take out 7. Doubling percentage of just 20%, dropping down from the near 40 that he had on the opening day. You feel in this group he's going to need to be more like day 1 than 2.
55.
He's going to get any results in what looks to be a tricky to navigate Group C.
45.
Round first to a finish. Curran looking to need it or leave it more handy from here.
59. Steve, you require 152.
25 is left 166. Brown looking to take out the 152. Double 16.
136.
Wasn't far away, was it, either? We're seeing moments here from Steve Brown. But I think what we're going to learn as the week goes along is he'll piece it together
Steve,
more
requires
often.
16.
The more he gets into the rhythm and the flow. Double 4. 2 twos. They
shot
never
on a
lose,
third
do
leg,
they? And
Steve
Brown's in
Brown.
front 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
Steve Brown mentioning that he wants to get off to a good start. This is a good start. He first to the double as well in all 3 of the legs so far. And he is starting to kick into gear.
139. $121.
Right, now this is the end of the first round of fixtures. Coming up after this, Osborne, Moonencamp, Canon
58.
Garcia, and Pilgrim up against Brown. And you can get in touch with us this afternoon at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. We'll open up
57.
forums for questions as well over the course of this afternoon with myself, Henry Deacon, and Matthew Edgar in the commentary box.
55.
Whilst we are live on YouTube, and because we are on YouTube, if you're not subscribing, then why aren't you? Because you'll be able to click the notification bell and you'll get to see every single time we go live. There'll also be other content on there.
119.
Including Bullseye challenges and other content involving some of our star names here at the Super Series. And we're going to unearth some
60.
new stars as well in 2024.
$90. 85.
I need someone 74. Brown, I'm going to apply the pressure against the darts. This to level up at 2-2 there for Caron. And he's going to be put under it with his 74.
Requires 74.
14's first. 20 for tops. Tops for double 10.
64.
Brown's got the break chance now.
Require 49.
Chance to put himself a leg away from the match as well here. Steve Brown wants tops. The target that was just hit by Caron when he didn't really want it. But that one has snuck into the bottom corner there from Steve Brown. A double that Ronaldo would have been happy with.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Do we call that the Ronaldo? When he literally squeezes it right in the corner of the double? We're going to coin a new phrase. I know you've got a phrase for everything. Got a phrase for walking through the door, I think, in the morning.
42.
Now that's called time for coffee. Now, if we're talking about top corner, it's going to be called the Beckham.
140.
I would agree with that, other than the fact that, you know, I haven't been a teacher now for a couple of years. But when I was a teacher, if I referenced someone like David Beckham, Alan Shearer, people didn't have a clue who I was on about.
Do you know what I miss? I miss stanchion goals. Do you remember stanchion goals back in the 90s?
I don't, but I'm wondering how you do back in the 90s.
Oh, you watch Premier League years from 92 to about 98. Stanchion goals. They literally hit the top bit of the stanchion. They come back out the net again.
180.
That was top corner. Top bins.
That was back of the net there from Steve Brown. First maximum of his campaign. He'll be hitting plenty more of those, I can assure you of that, across his
55.
Group C campaign. But the way his darts are starting to pick up here, might not just be a Group C campaign. There might be a Saturday night campaign on the cards here for Steve Brown.
He's mushering some purple patches
58.
together, and considering this is the first
Steve, you
game, we
require
expect more to
100.
come. Tops was the intended plan.
60.
It wasn't executed, but he has
Karun
left
require
himself on top.
148.
If Karun cannot take out this Hail Mary 148 attempt, it could well be Hail Mary time.
85. Steve, you require
The match.
40.
That's pitched perfectly. 2 on the wire.
20.
And the third dips below.
Karun, you require 63.
Pretty well thrown darts. No reward for Steve Brown. Karun could play himself back into contention for the points here in this opening fixture for the pair. Tops.
Game shot on a
Steve
fifth
Brown
leg.
missed
Karun
3
Karan.
opportunities. Karun just needs the one. And we carry on.
Sixth leg. It's Karun to throw first.
And this darts
Game
match
on.
is back on throw. Max for Sharon
108.
to kickstart leg 6.
140.
Brown keeps close order.
$100. $55.
Music to the ears of Karun, who's done his part in the scoring stakes. He'd have been hoping just for a bit of a breather. Sometimes in this moment, you're just thinking, give me a break, give me a visit off. Let me have an opportunity just to go and enjoy a throw at the board.
57.
It allows you to make that trebleless visit, gives you that luxury of time.
$58.
John Park mentioned
During your
saying on
require
commentary the other day, you don't want to
164.
use up your good darts. Has that been what Steve Brown's done here?
I don't think Steve Brown's a player who buys into that philosophy. He's one of these that
82.
you do your best possible with every single dart that is in your hand. There's nothing you
45.
can do with that one to leave a
During
finish.
you
And
require 82.
Karun, time in his hand, 6 darts here to take out the 82. Wouldn't need to go for the bullseye if he hits the single. But he's not even been able to do that. Can he leave a double? Well,
67.
bit of a messy shot there from Karun, who was just 42 points away from leaving a double.
100.
Going to have to burn a dart.
During you require 15.
Send this game all the way from 3-1 behind. Gonna have 2 in his hand, a double 4.
Game shot
We
on a
go all
sixth
the way.
leg. During
For the first time today. Brown went 3-1 up. He had the darts to win the game 4-1. He has the darts in the decider.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
There's now a heck of a lot more jeopardy playing this leg.
140.
But that's a good start.
Dream start there for Brown. In this situation, you're just thinking 1 treble. He's ended up hitting 2, which really does resist the challenge of anything but a 180.
180.
Oh my.
It's not just the big shots Sharon's getting, it's the timing of them.
43.
He can effectively take the darts hit. Even a ton, and he's done that job.
100.
Advantage to the Belgian in this last leg. Realistically, the only thing that could have put Brown back in front of the scoring stakes in this leg would have been a
45.
max. And now Caron has got 6 darts to complete the job.
Yeah, it'd be frustrating for Brown when he opened with that 140. He would have felt like he was in a good position. Only the 180 really would have rattled him, and Caron finding absolutely at the right
46.
time. Even the slip there is kind of non-effective at the moment, unless Brown can find a couple of trebles, and I don't mean that one.
43.
Stumbling and stuttering away here, Brown. 3 scores in a row in the 40s. 43, 45 and 43. Just making it comfortable at the moment for Caron.
133.
It's all gone wrong at the worst possible time for Steve Brown, but it's all gone all right on the night for Jerome Caron,
140.
who has left himself 42 after
Jerome
12
require
to
42.
mop up a 4-3 win from 3-1 down. Level 16 to complete the comeback win.
10.
But Brown has a chance.
Steve, you require
It may
90.
just be one at the bullseye, but he has an opportunity nonetheless.
He's trying to start on the ball to take away that option, and he's ended up taking away any option, and been able to win
50.
this leg and win this match
you
on
require
this occasion.
32.
He's going to need to rely on mistakes.
Game shot.
But Jerome Caron comes back from 3-1 down to get the better of Steve Brown in a last leg decider. He gets it done on double 16 with Brown poised on tops in that deciding leg. Average of 81.5, 4 from 14 when it came to the doubling. Caron is on the board. He picks up victory in his first match of the day. That marks the end of the first round. And coming up after the break, Colin Osborne and Ron Moolenkamp both in action, both looking to get their first wins on the board. Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Jerome Caron get the better of Steve Brown in the last leg decider 4-3. Brown, who had led 3-1 in that match, squandering that lead in his opening game of the day. So, seconds out, round 2, and it sees Colin Osborne and Ron Moolenkamp both in action, both losing out in their first games of the day. Osborne 4-2 to Kevin Garcia, Moolenkamp, a 4-0 loser to Darrell Pilgrim. So both looking to get their first points on the board. But on the basis of the first game, who would you say has got a better chance? Because both average in the 90s, and Moolenkamp was just blown away by an ultra good Pilgrim.
I think I like these sort of fixtures when we've got two players that have both lost their opening games, because a bit of jeopardy comes into play now, because two-day
First
group,
leg, it's
two
Colin
places
to throw
available.
First. Game on.
If you're not in the top two, you're going home. Colin Osborne, who came into this in a Group A campaign, would have been thinking Saturday night as a minimum. But he's very,
60.
very aware of the threat that is posed here by Ron Moolenkamp, a player who's played in 8 World Championships, 2 on the BDO and 6 on the Alexandra Palace stage.
60.
Stage that will be being dismantled overnight at the conclusion of the World Championships. Who will be getting on that stage again in a year's time when it's once
60.
again resurrected at the Alexandra Palace. For Moolenkamp and Osborne, their journey for the Palace starts in a week's time.
Now, there is a meeting between the pair in the last 12 months. It came in the Challenge Tour. That was in Challenge Tour 8. And Ron Moolenkamp got the better of Colin Osborne by 5 legs to 2. He'd actually then go on to win the tournament altogether, getting the better
55.
of the man who's won on this stage in Alexander Merckx by 5 legs to 0. And he played well that day, Ron Moolenkamp. Averaged 97 against Osborne in the final. Against Alexander Merckx, he averaged 98.88. He hit
100.
2 maximums. He took out 5 from 9 when it came to the finishing. We know the exceedingly good levels that he's got. He's just hard picking on a more consistent basis.
85.
He is hoping that
Colin,
this
you
Super
require
Series will give him.
141.
Osborne 141 then to take out the opening leg. Treble 19. Would have left double 12. Would have been for the second top of the day. The only one we've had so far is
97.
Kevin Garcia's
Ron, you require
1-2-2 against
121.
Osborne. Unless Moolenkamp can pin the ball.
82. Colin, you require 44.
Dr. Osborne.
Game shot on the
1-0
first
to the
leg.
Wizards.
Colin Osborne. Second leg, it's Ron to throw first. Game on. $77. $100. $55. $60.
Good grouping from the Wizard. Always a good sign that a player's release is on point when you start to get that
59.
nice compact grouping of the darts. Could have fit all those in quite a famous mint.
Of course, wherever you're tuning in to us, do send us a tweet
57.
such as regular viewer to us here at the Super Series. Mark Marlowe, very good afternoon to you, Mark. It is a wet weather receipts day. So he is taking in a bit of MODUS Super Series action.
90.
That's a nice start for Colin Osborne, just to be able to pitch over the top.
60.
Does do so, but again, 60, and there's the frustration. He'd have known exactly the situation there, that was a good opportunity. But often the darts, how they lie in the board, can often just make the target feel
41.
a lot more inviting. Think back to the days of Phil Taylor, how it used to look so inviting when he used to just hit that bottom wire and the dart would be laid down in the bed.
85. $129.
Sets
Colin, you
himself
require
up to the 50.
139.
Osborne needs this 139. A possibility. Bullseye leads double 16. That would have been
123.
wizard-like for
Ron, you
Osborne.
require 50.
Camp back for 50. And it's Tots that he wants to level up.
Game shot on a
Oh,
second
top
leg.
left-hand
Ron
corner, level
Mullenkamp.
game, 1-1.
And that one hurt Colin Osborne. You saw him almost
Third leg. It's Colin
wincing
to
at the
throw
back of the
first.
stage as if he'd just been
Game on.
landed with a right-hander.
It's the fact that it was right at the very end
100.
of that visit. You just get a bit of hope, don't you? Also, very good afternoon to Danny
57.
Catchwell, who said, no, the World Championship is done. It's back to at MSS Darts for the daily fix. Great to have you with us, Danny.
43.
Plenty watching Glenn Durrant tonight as well in action. He's playing with B from 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV in the United Kingdom and available across the world via the Super Series YouTube channel as Mullenkamp fires in his second max of the match.
$100. $100. $85. Ron, you require 164.
He's wrestled the advantage of throw away from Colin Osborne here in the scoring stakes. But this is the visit that sort of capitalises that advantage. And he knows it. He's experienced enough to know he needs a big treble here. But he looks like he wants to persist on the 20s. He's juggled around, but he's bailed on the plan and
97.
finds a big treble in the last dart. That was a vital dart there from Mullenkamp to hammer home the advantage he earned on the front 9 exchange.
Threatening the Osborne break here in the third. And can really then, from that point
41.
onwards, attack the match.
Ron,
You'd
you
have the
require
darts to move into a
67.
3-1 lead. 999 for Tots was the intended route. He gets there in the end, but this time
47.
it drags below.
Colin, you
And
require
Osborne
132.
needs to pop the cork. The champagne finish. 19 and Bull don't go, and so Mullenkamp back for double 10. Another break chance,
37.
and this time with 3 in hand.
Ron, you require 20.
This would get the distress signals firing away from Camp Osborne.
Shot on the third leg.
Because that is a
Ron
breaker throw.
Mullenkamp.
Osborne's already lost a game already today. That was 4-2 to Kevin Garcia. And when you came
Fourth
into
leg,
today,
it's
you was
Ron to
probably
throw
thinking,
first. Game on.
beat Kevin, beat Jerome, beat Steve, and then it'll come down to this fixture. Because he'll probably expect Pilgrim to go through as well. On paper,
100.
this is the one where the players may eye up needing that positive head-to-head record.
140. $60.
A lot of people watching, possibly for the first time here at the MODUS Super Series, Matt. Just from a player's perspective, because you played on this stage and obviously you still fly around the circuit a fair bit. Just talk about the impact that these tournaments have for players outside the professional system.
I think the word professional comes quite interesting because
83.
I think this is actually supporting the development or the growth or the opportunity to have more professional players. Certainly if you're finding success here, you know, look at Luke Littler last year, over £50,000 just in prize money alone. The players also
65.
get appearance fees and funds for being here, opportunity in terms of sponsorship, because you're allowing your sponsors to get exposure. It's not a behind closed doors event. It's putting the sponsors' logos on the TV
Colin, you
and on the
require
stream. So
116.
there's lots of opportunity here as a financial game, but also as a personal growth and development to get games at the highest level on an international platform against
42.
international players.
Ron, you require 124.
For 3-1, Osborne threatening the break back, and he is going to get a chance on the 74.
84. Colin, you require
Tie this
74.
game back up at 2-2. Only going to be a dart. 41 left. So what's the option? Is it 9 double 16 or 1 for tops? Goes 1 for tops. Drag
54.
below. And Moolenkamp is back
Ron, you
for
require
3-1.
40.
He has survived the scare. But can he come out the other end?
35.
No is the answer. Osborne
Colin,
is
you require
reprieved. To level
20.
back up, he wants 2 10s.
Game shot on a 4 flag. Colin Osborne.
And in it goes. 2-2. Game is
Fifth
back
leg,
on
it's
front.
Colin to throw
And
first.
Moolenkamp knows he
Game
has missed
on.
a big opportunity there.
Absolutely. Could have been a leg away from winning this match. Instead,
140.
he's just give Colin Osborne the favouritism once again. And that's not going to help Rob Moolenkamp, who I was just about to say is looking a little bit more deflated. The shoulders just starting to sink, the head starting to drop a little bit, and he's not going to be getting any encouragement here when he looks at the dartboard or when he hears the call in a moment from Jack Garwood, who calls in another 2 treble visit for Colin Osborne. Like he's getting a second wind off the back of that reprieve and the missed doubles from Ron Moolenkamp.
60.
And he's the type of player as well that would have read off the body language of Moolenkamp and said, okay, your shoulders are sagging a little bit. I'm going to make you pay. I'm going to make you punish. And in this leg, he has done visits of 140, 135, 125. Has left himself on 101 after 9.
$100. Colin, you require 101.
He's got the luxury of time here to move himself in front. Remember, Moolenkamp had missed 3 darts for a 3-1 lead in this game.
57.
And Osborne is going to get a couple of darts upon his return to put himself one away from the victory post.
Choices on the
97.
44. It's one of those
Colin, you
nice
require
shots where you
44.
can choose out the 2 major doubles, the 16s or tops. Tops the choice for Colin Osborne.
24.
Although it's a missed opportunity, it's not a fatal missed opportunity. It's not going to be too effective to Colin Osborne's chances of winning this leg. Unicamp way back on 204. And it's frustration for Ron Muhlenkamp at the moment.
60. Colin, you require 20.
Osborne, the back of his mind will feel he's got 2 visits here. That might be why he's opting to split.
16.
He can't hit.
Ron, you require 144.
And by going wild, if he returns, it's double 2. But this would be a game changer. That would have swung the tungsten tide once more.
87.
But
Colin,
this
you
could be
require
a little
4.
bit smelly for the Wizards. There may be a whiff of anxiety, but not now.
Colin Osborne.
As he clears up and leads 3-2.
6th leg, it's Ron to throw first. Game on.
2-1 down to 3-2 up. Muhlenkamp had opportunity to put himself 2 clear.
60. $60.
Muhlenkamp's issue today is exactly this. Too many visits without the treble. You're not going to get away with that here at the Super Series. That is a sign of weakness to
100.
players such as Colin Osborne, Darryl Pilgrim, players who came here with that ambition of getting through to Saturday night. That ambition would have been exactly the same for Muhlenkamp, who would be expecting to win weeks here at the Super Series, not just be getting through groups. When he first dropped off the tour and you're looking at players who can come here and make a real statement, Ron Muhlenkamp would have been very, very high on your list.
70.
Some players I'm really looking forward to potentially seeing here next year. We know Jeff Smith's not going to Q School. He is a player who I think could really blossom here in this format. Steve Lennon, another player
100.
I think could come here to the Super Series to do some real damage, provided he doesn't get back that tour card. That is the only criteria we have here at the Super Series. You cannot be a PDC tour card holder.
95.
In terms of Muhlenkamp, he finished 17th on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit this year, picked up $5,000. But considering he won an event, pretty much most of that prize money has been primed up by that one event, which shows that when he's on it, yes, he's still got it, but maybe not, as we've mentioned, consistently event upon event upon event.
100. Ron, you require 83.
This is to tie us up and to send us all the way again. The bull drags below,
36.
and so Osborne
Colin, you require 76.
comes back for the points. Remember, he had darts against him to go 3-1 down, but now has the opportunity on double 8 to complete a 4-2 victory, and Colin Osborne picks up his first win of Group C. As for Ron Muhlenkamp, it is work for the Dutchman to do now. That 2 defeats from 2 for the bomb to kickstart the day. Osborne, a 4-2 victor. That the tail of the tape on your screen. 4th on 13 on the doubles and an 81 average. Coming up after the break, Jerome Caron is in action. He takes on Kevin Garcia, both winners in round 1. Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Colin Osborne get the better of Von Moolenkamp by 4 legs to 2. The Wizard had darts against him to go 3-1 down, but he conjured a way back to get the better of the Bomb to pick up his first win. Both of these players are looking to make it back-to-back successes to kickstart their day. Kevin Garcia got the better of Osborne in his opening match by 4 legs to 2, that 1-2-2 checkout completing the victory. He takes on Jeroen Caron, who got the better of Steve Brown in the last leg decider. He was 3-1 down in the piece before then securing a comeback victory. As far as the odds compilers lay in this one, they can't split them. The pair 5-6 with the bookmakers ahead of this one. And in terms of their chances of progressing through the
First
group,
leg, it's Jeroen
these
to
are the
throw
two
first.
outsiders. Garcia was quoted
Game
at
on.
12-1, Caron 16-1 to win Group C.
$79.
A game that smells of opportunity here. Someone's got to take the points. And they are both players that picked up the points in their
59.
opening round of fixtures. A chance for someone to move on to 4 here, which the first couple of laps of fixtures would put them right and truly in the mix here in this Group C.
100.
We have seen the last couple of days Jeroen Caron
60.
taking his place here at the Super Series. He was playing in a Group A campaign. Mixed fortunes. Won 3 out of his 5 games
44.
on Monday. Didn't win any games yesterday. Back to the form of Tuesday, though.
59.
Picking up a victory in the opening game, 4-3 against Steve Brown. Was 3-1 down in that one. Held it back with some good darts. It wasn't so much the drop-off of Brown, it was the brilliance of Caron that got him over the line.
140.
It's a strong start here against Garcia.
The big difference yesterday was the double stats, wasn't
99.
it? 17 from 42
Jeroen
on day
required
1 in comparison
138.
to 7 from 37 on day 2 for the Belgian, who is looking for 138 to take out the first leg. He's got a couple of bites of the cherry.
49.
Can we talk about the day after the World Championship final and not mention a 138 that famously won a World Championship?
96.
He also won a World Grand
Jeroen,
Prix.
you
didn't
require
they?
89.
Finish known as the Humphreys.
64. Kevin, you require
I'm going to call the
128.
128 the Garcia. But if he hits the choke with 20 and bull, there might be a case, but he's not going to take it out.
42. Jeroen, you require 25.
25 for Jeroen to take out the first leg. Double 8. Can he just nurse it off the barrel? Kevin Garcia
9.
thought so. He was nodding his head
Kevin,
in the
you
background.
require 86.
But maybe against what he had thought, he is going to get a go at this 86. But the single one means he needs to find the treble 15 to leave tops.
34. Jeroen, you require 16.
Double 8 to win a scrappy opener.
No score.
Still we go on.
Kevin, you require 52.
The accident here for Garcia. Moves to the double 8.
44.
Doubles wasn't a problem for him in his opening game.
Jeroen, you
4 from
require
9.
16.
Unable to land with a couple of darts in hand that he probably wouldn't have expected to have got at the back end of this leg. But he's going to get another visit here.
Kevin, you require 8.
Jeroen Caron. 9
Game shot on the
darts
first leg.
to wrap
Kevin
that leg
Garcia.
up. Unable to find it, and Kev Garcia comes down and says, "Thank you very much."
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Sometimes it feels better to win
Game
those
on.
sort of legs when you feel like you've not been in it, you feel like you've not played anything like, and you get the breaker throw, you just think, This is a nice little fixture for me here. As soon as I start motoring, I'm going to blow this guy away.
Hoping to build up ahead of speed. That now means in
55.
a game and a leg, Jeroen Caron has missed 19 darts at a double already. And we mentioned those double stats yesterday. He missed 30 at a
59.
double. That's across 5 matches, 7 for 37. He was outscored for a large portion, which is probably why he didn't get as many opportunities in the outer ring.
96.
He's a product at the moment of Eric Claris Academy.
134.
The legends of Belgium darts. Was one of the first players that used to really use the board.
94.
Be a
Kevin, you require
commentators and a caller's
128.
nightmare back in the day. Now it's just seen as the norm. Real flag bearer was Eric Claris.
88.
Didn't need to go for the ball. Didn't do so either. Sets it up after 12 darts. A much improved leg here from Kev Garcia.
It tops after 12. And Karoon really hasn't
100.
responded, has
Kevin,
he?
you require 40.
To the setback of the first leg where he missed 9 darts at a double.
30.
Garcia has missed his opportunity, although he is going to come back for more in hand, but that was the case with Jeroen Caron in the first leg.
140.
And he's left himself on a double.
Kevin, you require
And so
10.
Garcia here is forced to take out the double 5. And now it's his turn to miss key
Jeroen,
doubles.
you require 26.
The complete replica of the
Game shot on the second
opening
leg. Jeroen Caron.
player who dominates the scoring phase, comes down, can't take it out, gets punished.
Third leg, it's Jeroen
So
to throw
ironic,
first.
isn't it? You missed 9 darts
Game
at a double
on.
in one leg, then you hit it with the first in the next. You can win a game of darts in 9.
Like a traffic jam when you're already late.
100.
That's ironic, don't you think?
A little bit too ironic.
What? 60.
That's correct. That was 160 there. Just the 160 scored.
Check.
140.
Jack Garwood, one of our refereeing team here at the Super Series. One of our top referees that we've got
100.
here. Including the likes of Charlie Corsafine and Paul Hinks. Owen Binks as well, part of our refereeing team.
$85.
Joins us on the stage, doesn't he, every now and then?
What's going on the stage at the moment is Jeroen Caron is starting to
57.
pick his game back up to those levels that we've seen that he can reach when he's playing at the peaks of his powers, and he's currently starting to blow Kevin Garcia away. He did this though in the
60.
opening leg, and it was the back end of the leg that caused the problems.
It'd be typical after the scrap
Jeroen,
that
you
both
require
players have had on the doubles in the
116.
first 2 legs, that Caron takes out a ton topper here. Trevor 19 gives himself a dart. A double top.
96.
Effective visit there for Caron. Just leaves himself 1 dart away from winning the leg.
64. Jeroen, you require 20.
That dart will begin with a attempt at double 10.
Game shot on the third leg. Jeroen Caron.
Nice, clean, dominant leg there from Jeroen Caron.
And the
Fourth
key
leg,
as well,
it's
no
Kevin to throw
faffage.
first. Game on.
Just clean, wasn't it? And that's what you need when you've had that disappointment with that opening leg.
81. $140. 39.
Of course, in an hour and a half, we will find out the lineup for the Premier League. Who are the 8 players that will be participating in the 17-week roadshows going to be?
83.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm hoping this is the year for myself. I've been waiting for the call up, so really excited to see if I've made the cut this year.
83.
You're in the 9-dart challenge against the crowd.
I think they need someone to go round, sound the popcorn, I believe. But, you know, everyone's got to start somewhere.
100.
Well, that was Owen Binks' job.
$59.
Dropping low now, Kevin Garcia. This is a concern. When you start dropping low, then you start engaging the shoulder to try and rectify the situation.
58.
Things break down very quick, especially when the darts are going in at this awkward angle of entry that Kevin Garcia kind of has.
99. Jeroen, you require 120.
Ladder time. He's now going to head down to go up.
100.
And needs himself double
Kevin,
10.
you require 140.
Garcia needs to take out this 140. Another one of them. Would have left double 10, which is what Caron wants now.
100.
For the breaker throw and a
Jeroen,
3-1
you
lead.
require 20.
He found himself 3-1 down against Steve Brown in his first match. And he has
15.
squandered chances to go
Kevin,
3-1
you
up in
require
his second.
40.
Garcia back for top, so 2-2.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Kevin Garcia.
There we are, 2 apiece.
5th leg. It's Jeroen to throw first. Game on. $100. $78. $60.
We mentioned that this game was a game of opportunity at the very start, and you get the feeling that the players
99.
getting the exact same vibe here, that this is a game where if they win it, they are in with a chance here in Group C.
60. $138.
So Garcia threatening the break of throw here in the 5th leg of this match. Tied at 2-2. Both players haven't already won a game today. Oh, wow, that's a horrid time for a bounce out. That just completely spat out the board. It was like
40.
a hammer at the back of an
Jeroen, you
arcade
require
game just saying,
156.
no, that's going to be a rejection. 156 isn't going to go for Caron, and so Garcia back for 146, but he should...
116.
And he would feel like it should be much
Kevin, you
smaller than
require
that.
146.
His chances will feel small with Caron leaving tops.
55. Jeroen, you require 40.
So move yourself a leg away. Can't keep spurning opportunities, but he does it with the last dart. Caron moves himself in front 3-2, and he could find himself on the cusp of winning 2 from 2 and temporarily being the top player in the group outright, although Pilgrim still has a game to play in this round against Steve Brown.
$58.
Garcia kicks off dry. Chance of Caron to pounce.
$28. 84. 45. 78.
Facing it around the board. Another sign where feeling too comfortable.
85. 134.
Game 5 of the afternoon session. Still another 10 more to go today. And then we've got another 10 more tonight. It's a bumper day of action here at the Super Series. Do join us and do get in touch with us at MSS Darts across our social media platforms.
92.
Garcia here.
Kevin, you require 147.
Looking to take us all the way. He's got 6 of 147. Gonna need the full quota.
95.
Needs himself 52 to take us to a decider. It would be the second game today. That would have sent us the distance. We've had a couple of other 4-2s as well, involving Osborne and Moonenkamp. And Garcia getting the better of Osborne. Tops. Now 10s.
32.
Doesn't go.
Jerome, you require
Go for the match.
160.
Couple of trebles needed first for a dart at tops. Doesn't find those. And it's interesting you mentioned that victory over Colin Osborne. Kevin Garcia's averaging that 87.20. It was a good performance from Garcia. And when you see your opponent struggling in the next game, Colin Osborne, you can sometimes get a little bit bitter about it, but this one's going all the way. Going to a last leg shootout. Garon will throw first for whatever that means, because this is all about what's ahead. I think the first 6 darts exchange here is going to be the most important, and the door could be opening up quite quickly.
85.
Both players have already won once today. The victor will be the first player, 1 to 4 points. And you feel like psychologically as well, it's going to be a big boost considering
44.
The attritionalness of this battle.
$85.
The loser has to pick themselves back up off the canvas and quite quickly, don't they?
I think the loser here is probably going to feel like they've
96.
been hit to the canvas quite hard. Real big bump onto the stage here for players that would have come up here feeling full of opportunity at the start of this match.
81.
But one, the opportunity is still going to be very much so there, moving on to 4 points from 4 possible points. Conclusion of this game.
99.
Both players will be thinking, just one big visit. Just one big visit may put me on the cusp.
100.
Tunley's cut on a finish.
$129. Jerome, you require 150.
So both players with ton toppers for the match. It's Caron with first poke at the 150, which isn't going to go. And so Garcia comes back wanting 133.
80.
To complete the win for
Kevin, you require 133.
Won his opening game with the 1-2-2 finish. Won't be taking the 1-3-3. And Caron should
78.
be getting at least a
Jerome,
match
you
start
require
here, but he
70.
has to stay straight in order to allow that to happen. He's going to get 2.
Well, it's
50.
been a game blighted
Kevin,
by
you
missed
require
doubles,
55.
and Caron has just missed 2 for the match. And so Garcia's going to get a couple himself. To complete a 4-3 win. To put himself to the summit. Double
shot,
10
undermatch,
is found.
Kevin Garcia.
And Kevin Garcia goes top of the table. He goes 2 for 2 to start his day. And the man from Merseyside has picked up the perfect start. He's got the better of Jeroen Caron by 4-3. Again, blighted by missed doubles, particularly in the early exchanges. But it is Garcia who picks the points up. Coming up after the break, we're going to see the man who was the bookmaker's favourite to go on and win the group, Darrell Pilgrim, in action. He takes on Steve Brown after this short break. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Welcome back to Group C, where before the break we saw Kevin Garcia get the better of Jeroen Caron by 4-3. That's a second win from 2. The man from Merseyside. It wasn't a classic game, but it was a win nonetheless for Garcia. Next up, it's Steve Brown, who squandered a 3-1 lead in his opening match against Caron, up against Darrell Pilgrim, who looked ultra impressive. The best average so far today, a 98.56 in a 4-0 dismantling of Ron Moulencap. 4 out of 7 on the doubles in that affair as well. Everything would point in the direction of Darrell Pilgrim. That's at least what the bookmakers think. He's 1-4 on to win this game. Steve Brown, the outsider, at 11-4. And he looks in tune today, doesn't he, Darrell Pilgrim? It looks more like him.
He does. It was a bit of a slow start, a little bit of tension in there, but that's soon been brushed aside for Darrell Pilgrim. He's now starting to motor and become the Darrell Pilgrim that we expected him to be at the start of this week. Steve Brown will be very well aware of the threat of Pilgrim in this one, as will Darrell Pilgrim be very well aware of the
44.
career and the attributes that Steve Brown has got, and just never know when a player like Steve Brown is going to start to find it.
78.
That is what we like to call down the local a big 180. When you get one in each of the trebles, the treble 5, 20 and the 1.
140.
You got the 3 treble 5s, the left-handed 180, the 45.
100.
Well, what a first leg this is out of the gate from Pilgrim. Even after that stodgy visit of 44 in the middle of it.
100.
He's left himself on 80 after 12. This is a 137, ton 40 ton.
55. Darryl, you require 80.
Effectively, Steve Brown has had to break in 4 visits, you feel, because Pilgrim has 2 in hand, a double 10.
$70.
But doesn't take
Steve,
the
you require
opportunity.
143.
Brown got an opportunity here at 143. Does it go? As a Pilgrim will get another go at double 5.
87. Darryl, you require 10.
This has been the story of his week.
6. Steve, you require 56. $46.
Opportunity there to punish the missed
Darryl, you
opportunities
require
there from
4.
Darryl Pilgrim. He's had 4 darts to get this one wrapped up already.
No score.
And he's bust.
Steve, you require 10.
Well,
Game shot on the
punished
first leg.
from
Steve
Steve Brown. And there's one thing about Steve Brown.
Second
he doesn't
leg,
tend
it's
to
Steve
change
to
in
throw
the demeanour.
first.
He's always got the
Game on.
shoulders back and the chest out. Always presents a very confident man up on the stage, even when he's not.
100.
Isn't that part and parcel of the psychological warfare of individual sport?
Well, Pilgrim had a dart to complete the leg in
84.
14. Brown was able to break in 19. 7 darts in total he had for the leg.
100.
Say Pilgrim
137.
34 darts at a double. He was 17 from 51.
43. $137. $100. Darryl, you require 143.
The Pilgrim probably didn't lose his throw in the opening leg. He gave it away.
127.
Nearly took it back.
Steve, you require 158.
Set it up nicely. We'll be hoping for a return to the board, of which case he will. Can he now land the blow on the
58.
outer ring and level up this
Darryl, you
fixture?
require 16.
2 8s.
Game shot on a
There
second
we are,
leg.
1-1.
Darryl
13
Pilgrim.
darts of a Darryl Pilgrim, very much in his wheelhouse.
Third
Again,
leg,
letting
it's
off some
Darryl to throw
phantom
first.
throws as he walks his
Game
way
on.
back down the hockey to throw first in the third. Practice. Almost made perfect.
135. $92. $137. $60.
Game that feels like it's going in 2 directions at the moment. If we was to see this on a line graph, we'd see Darryl Pilgrim's line shooting up to the top, where Steve Brown's beginning to drop
28.
off. And normally when there's a separation between the 2 lines of performance, it starts to appear on the scoreboard very quickly.
Did you mention the
140.
worm? The worm?
Scotty too hotty.
No. The performance worm.
94.
Pilgrim 107 to open up a 2-1 lead.
60.
Only seen one
Darryl, you
Ton
require
Plus checkout so
107.
far today. That was the Kevin Garcia 1-2-2 to seal the match against Colin Osborne. But Pilgrim is always a threat with these types of combinations, and the 107 goes to lead 2-1. His first ton topper of the day. Mr. P is meaning business on
Fourth
Thursday.
leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
It's good how he put the disappointment of that opening leg behind. He had 2 visits to the board where he had 3 darts in his hand,
55.
plus a dart at the end of a combination shot where he wasn't able to take. Steve Brown pinched his pocket, and he's recovered really well here as Darryl Pilgrim,
84.
which is a key quality of somebody who is of the position where he wants to be.
135.
No doubt will be taking the trip to the centre of the UK, to the MK Arena, battling it out with what I'm expecting to be a
46.
bumper lineup and a packed room full of darling hopefuls looking to get a PDC tour card.
100.
And I've been told that I've spoken to Cam Crabtree about Darryl Pilgrim, and they both practice a
60.
fair bit together, and he told me some of the bits that we don't see on the board. I mean, we've seen the 1-2-2 averages and things like that, but apparently in
36.
practice, he does, and he goes through levels that are just completely and utterly obscene. Put it this way, it takes a very good player to make Cam Crabtree a little bit of mincemeat.
99.
Go down for 19s. Brown left on 76 to square this game back up at 2-2.
96. Steve, you require
He's
76.
stuck with Mr. P.
56.
The persistence
Darryl, you
has
require
not paid off just yet.
115.
He's already had a 107. He has a dart at Tots or 115. And that's
Game shot on the
back-to-back
fourth
Ton
leg,
Plus
Darryl
checkout to
Pilgrim.
turn the screw for Darryl Pilgrim. It breaks Steve Brown by throw. It may break Steve Brown by
Fifth
heart.
leg, it's Darryl to throw first. Game on. $81. $60. $135. $58.
So Pilgrim on the brink.
£100 points ahead, just after 6 darts already.
58.
Starting to look like the favourite that we know he is.
66.
10 to 11, fractional odds on favourite to win this group. Could be joining Kevin Garcia after 2 laps of fixtures with a perfect record and 4 points on the board.
40.
He's just not making anything look easy, is he, Darryl Pilgrim? Seems to be putting himself into unnecessary drama at times.
40.
It's by contrast of his first game against Von Mühlenkamp, where he made it so serenely easy, but he is now putting his hand on the tiller. That's a 171 to leave 888 for the match.
95. Darryl, you require
He struggled on his
16.
doubles at the start, but back-to-back Ton Plus finishes has changed the match.
Game
A
shot,
match
and
that
the
is
match,
now
Darryl
in the leisure
Pilgrim.
of Darryl Pilgrim, a 4-1 success. Steve Brown offers his hand of congratulations. He just knew those 2 ton plus checkouts was the undoing of him in the end. An 89.32 average for Darryl Pilgrim in a 4-1 success against Steve Brown. 78 the average for him in the end. So back-to-back defeats for the Bomber. Darryl Pilgrim, back-to-back wins. He was the big favourite to win the group. He is now living up to that tag. He's got just 1 leg so far today. Coming up after the break, we begin round 3 with Colin Osborne against Jeroen Caron. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And before the break, Darryl Pilgrim, aided and abetted by 2 ton plus checkouts in back-to-back legs, got the better of Steve Brown by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us, Colin Osborne, who also had lofty ambitions of going on and getting Group C honours, is in action against Jeroen Caron, who could have been 2 from 2 at the beginning of the group, but has only picked up a solitary win so far. Osborne, on the back of a 4-2 defeat to Kevin Garcia in his opening game, got the better of Von Meulenkamp by 4 legs to 2. Caron also dealing with the fate of losing to Kevin Garcia in a last leg decider 4-3. And that came after a 4-3 success against Steve Brown, where he found himself 3-1 down before then conjuring up 3 legs on the spin to pick up the point. So it's the first game of round 3. Pilgrim and Garcia both on 4 points. Caron, Osborne are both on 2, and this uniform table, Brown and Meulenkamp find themselves on
First
0.
leg,
And the
it's
way that
Colin
this
to
round
throw
of fixtures
first.
is going to go as well
Game on.
is the players of the same amount of points in the league table going toe-to-toe one another. So we've got the 2 players on 2 going toe-to-toe now, followed by the 2 players yet to pick up a win, and then followed by the 2 players who have got a perfect record for the day so far. It's set up perfectly, Matt.
140.
Perfectly put.
Why, thank you.
$100.
Got 2 players here that have played each other a couple of times already this week. Both took part in Group A
81.
campaigns, both would be disappointed with dropping into Group C from a Group A. Colin Osborne especially, he was a dart away from winning Group A and not even having to play darts
140.
today. He could have been like Robert Thornton, who's mulling around, just walking around the streets this morning, going for a few steps in. Instead, he's here
26.
battling it out in a Group C where only 2 players are going to progress, players in position 1 and 2. The rest are going home.
Yeah, bumped into Robert this morning, parked up at
60.
one of the hotels nearby the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Robert milling around the local area, making the most of his couple of days off by having a look at some of the local delights.
41.
Well, looking at the local stuff. Wouldn't exactly call them delights around Portsmouth.
$130.
Caron here, threatening the break in the first leg. Osborne needs to find a couple of trebles here just to keep pace.
100. Jeroen, you require 71.
2-dart combo. Oh, Jeroen Caron. 18. Leaves himself on tops.
Shot on
Finds
the
tops.
first leg, Jeroen
And that has been a
Caron.
real friend to him this week. The tops and double 12. Finds it there for 15-dart breaker throw.
Second
He leads
leg,
Colin
it's
Osborne
Jeroen to
by a
throw
leg to nil.
first. Game on.
Is it fair to say that at times we don't know what to expect from Jeroen?
44.
I think that's more than fair thing to say, actually, in terms of what we've seen from him so far. I'm not even sure he would say he knows what to expect from himself at times.
135.
Osborne won this fixture yesterday by the margin of 4 legs to nil. He averaged 93-94 in that one. 4 out of 7 when it came to the finishing, including a 1-2-7 in game. And then
40.
in the meeting on Tuesday, shall I say, it was a 4-2 victory for Jeroen. 84-51 the average, 4 out of 11 on the finishing. Osborne missing 8 darts, a double in that match.
133. 85. 100.
Big last start there from Caron, moves him on to a finish. Osborne
100.
already lost a fixture today.
Jeroen,
That was
you
his
require
opening game.
164.
Only lose 3 fixtures in a Group C campaign and still have it
60.
within your own hands. We have
Colin,
seen
you
players
require
not go through on 14 points
141.
before as well.
Do you know anyone who did that?
Yeah.
85. Jeroen, you require 104.
104 for Caron to make it 2-0. Goes the 16s route. This is very much the modern way because 4 of them leaves
64.
tops.
Colin, you require 56.
Colin would have been stood at the back of the stage thinking, I've seen this all before. It's happening to me again. A dart himself here to
46.
get the game level. He's missed his chance.
Jeroen, you
He's
require
fluffed his
40.
lines.
And
Shot on the
Caron makes no
second leg,
mistake.
Jeroen
Twice he's
Caron.
found tops in this match. 2-0 he leads. And Osborne has got a lot of work to do.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Now we're heading into game 3. We can begin to have a look at
140.
patterns and trajectories with players. Osborne averaged 90 in the first match, the defeat to Garcia. He regressed down at 81 against Moulenkamp. Missed 9 darts, a double in that one. This one,
134.
The average. But he was, before that 140 visit, hovering around the 80 mark.
46.
And that's where he heads back down again following that 46.
A bit of head shaking at the moment going on the stage.
81. $135.
140 for Caron. Puts it first to finish, but Osborne looking to lay up what he'd give for 140 about now. Finds a 140 to bring it back to 2-1, but Caron 146 for the double break.
$89.
So it's back to the top of the board again for Colin Osborne to try and stop this slide that he's finding himself on here. And a beautiful dart there for Colin Osborne. A grimace at the dartboard.
4th leg, it's Jeroen to throw
need to find to break a throw from somewhere, because Jeroen Caron has already done the task. That leg, essentially for Jeroen, was a bonus leg. It was a free leg. He didn't have to win it for it to be effective in his
100.
Possibility here of taking this fixture.
However, would he have seen the way that Osborne won it? 13 darts, looked very comfortable in that leg. Just that it feels like he may be just upping the levels a little
96.
bit.
$60.
Lovely angle there as we have a look at the players' approach to the oche. And players approach the oche in different ways. You see the Rob Cross and Gary Anderson kick up to the
100.
oche. Colin likes to set himself. We can have a look from this angle here above the stage. Jeroen Caron, as you can see, just puts his right foot to a kind of 45-degree angle. Gives the oche a bit of a kick. That kind of goes back to the old days, doesn't it? When you're playing in floor tournaments, you kick the oche to make sure it's in place properly.
Something known as the Rob Cross, actually. Rob Cross gives the oche a good old mighty beating as he
43.
approaches for an important shot. But Colin Osborne's getting to that point now where the shots are becoming more and more vital, because the time is running out here for Mr. O.
125.
Yeah.
128.
Oh, could be in a hole.
Jeroen, you require 116.
As Caron wants 116 for 3-1 lead. Number 19 would have left tops. Osborne 134 to level up at 2-2.
A lot of work to be done 56. On a 134. It needs 3
Colin,
perfect
you require
darts.
134.
Colin Osborne has the capabilities. But that looks like it was almost between decisions. And sometimes you do that. You come to the board and you're a little bit indecisive and you don't fully commit to the
80.
target. And it ends up just going somewhere
Jeroen,
between the two.
60.
Put himself 3-1 up. He's averaging a shade under 93. He's 2 out of 3 when it comes to the finishing.
40.
But it's opportunity that's come
Colin,
and
you
gone
require
for the
54.
Belgian. And so Osborne back to nevertheless game up at 2-2.
That would have really piqued his interest. A little raise of the eyebrows, a little closer to the 11 than he'd have wanted.
Game shot
But
on
he
a 4
gets
flag.
the
Colin
double.
Osborne.
And see, he's sort of fighting back the smile there, Colin Osborne. Survived a couple of darts there,
leg,
which would have put Caron
first.
a leg away from the match.
Game
All
on.
of a sudden, we now have a situation where Osborne is once again the big favourite to go on to win this fixture. He's going to have to straighten up here if he's going to be having any thoughts of
30.
weekly titles.
He's looking to pick up a third weekly title here at the Super Series following successes in Series 2 and Series 4.
100. $95. 43. 42.
Osborne did the hard work to get the breaker throw back. He's had scores of 30 and 42 in this leg.
58.
That can become very frustrating as a player. Feel you do enough to level the game back off, and then you feel like you're giving it away once again. No damage done though from Caron.
85.
I can tell you that is not a smile and a laugh of Colin Osborne, because he's thinking, I'm really happy with that and this is really funny. He is starting to get frustrated
54.
that he cannot take control of this fixture.
He is under the cosh now.
$85.
And that frustration, yes, he's led to himself a finish on 164, but he knows he should have left something much, much better than that.
100. Colin, you require 164.
Just feel like Colin just needs a moment like a big finish just to spark him into life. Yes, he's picked up a win, but it's felt like he's had to labour towards everything today.
Laboured is the exact word I was thinking here to describe Colin Osborne. The main thing is you've got to be in with an opportunity tomorrow.
$76. Check 86. Jeroen, you require 146.
Well, this would be game-changing. Another one of them. Would have left double 16. Osborne back for 78 to move 3-2 in front.
86. Colin, you require
It
78.
may only be a dart at tops, depending on what happens with this first dart.
It is a target he's been leaving at every possible opportunity.
38.
It's a mighty fine
Jeroen,
effort
you
from
require
Osborne right
60.
on the wire, but the close of the eyes, expectant that the chance has come and gone, and it has.
Jeroen Caron.
Caron is a leg away from the match once again. A big breaker throw there for Jeroen Caron. And Osborne
Stick
has a
leg, it's
lot
Jeroen
to
to throw
ponder.
first.
7 visits to the board.
Game
He had
on.
21 darts and he wasn't able to convert. In fact, he only had 1 dart of the double. 20 scoring darts to complete the opening part of the leg. And
140.
Caron is kicking on. Look at the depth of that first dart in the treble target.
139.
Thrown with a bit more venom and purpose there. You could see it took him a second attempt to even try and get it out the board.
He had to get a pair of tweezers to get that out of the board.
100.
But grafting, digging in.
140.
Knows he needs to break in this leg and trying to give himself the best possible opportunity. He hopes for a dry visit here for Caron.
100.
Again, that first start straight in the treble here from Osborne. He's digging deep, he's fighting, he's showing the character and experience
95.
he's gathered over that
Jeroen, you
long
require
career.
161.
He's left himself with work to do. but a job that could be completed. He wants the Hinks
65.
to level the game back
Colin,
up
you
here.
require
Put
127.
himself back favourite again. He will have the advantage of throw in the last leg if he is able to take us that far.
He took this out yesterday against Jerome, but he's not going to repeat the feat this time.
Well, the first start and the first 3 visits has gone lovely in the treble 20. The time he needs it the most, he was
49.
so far away.
Jerome, you
And he's
require
not
96.
really made too much of a dent in that there. Left himself on a possible 3-darter.
Double 18 went double. So Osborne to take
58.
us to a last leg. 78
Colin, you require
once again.
78.
And the single 20 there is left Sharoon on double 19. If he gets a go. He won't
Game
get a
shot on
go.
the sick
14
leg,
darter
Colin
for
Osborne.
Colin Osborne to break the throw and send us all the way to a decider. A big leg for
7th
both
and
players.
final leg. It's
Both on
Colin
2
to throw
points in the
first.
table.
Game on.
The winner of this leg will move on to 4 points and will put themselves in a prize position.
Got to keep that intensity here, Colin Osborne. Played that leg with venom, frustration,
60.
plenty of zip. Finding that first start in the treble beautifully, but then opens a 60 here in the most important leg. And here comes Jerome once again.
108.
What a time to hit your first maximum of this fixture. There's that zip back in the action. Osborne hitting back.
140.
What a last leg.
They're hitting each other with haymaker blows. Maybe this game's coming to the board towards the last. A 14 darter to break through on the last leg for Osborne. They're 3-1 after 6 in this one. Another treble leaves himself a finish.
140.
Leaves himself 161.
$57.
So both players
Colin,
have
you
thrown
require
9 darts.
161.
Both players find themselves with a finish in the 160s. And it is Osborne with the first poke of the 161. That's not going to go. But can Karoon find
55.
something huge at a
Jerome,
massive
you require
moment?
164.
Triple 18. And bullseye.
126.
Colin Osborne's heart would have been in its mouth.
Colin, you require
Well, for the second leg in a row, Jerome Caron's ended up on double 19. Didn't get a shot at the double 19 on the last occasion. He might not get a shot this time. The 106 wired by Osborne
Jerome, you
could be the
require
last opportunity
38.
he gets to win this fixture.
Splits. Double 14. He was meant to split 6 double 16. The Mentor. Sevens.
31.
The miss
Colin,
will
you
feel like
require
heaven for
16.
Osborne, who comes back for double 8.
I think he was expecting it to be in. You could see him peering round the corner thinking, I've seen this before.
No
Oh, he's missed.
score.
He's busted.
Jerome,
He's
you
slipped into the
require
wrong
7.
bed.
Double 2. Can he just nudge it on top?
5.
Overcompensated, over-adjusted and
require
missed high.
16.
And so Osborne comes back again with another chance to win the match.
Game shot.
And he
the
gets
match.
over the line.
Colin
He wins
Osborne.
4-3, and he knows he has used a get-out-of-jail-free card there. Colin Osborne. A 4-3 success against Jerome Caron, who had opportunities himself to win the match in that last leg. Spurning opportunities on the double 14, on the double 7, and then subsequently on the double 2. Osborne, a 4-3 victor, 33% on the doubles. He moves on to 4 points in the group, ahead of Pilgrim and Garcia's clash in a couple of games' time. But before that, Von Meulenkamp and Steve Brown are both looking to get themselves on the board. Who's going to pick up their first win? Let's find out next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Steve Brown taking on Ron Muhlenkamp, a game that would have been more apt to be on the PDC Pro Tour in the not too distant past. But we're here at the Super Series and there's 2 points on the line here for the two players that have yet to record any points on the board. Both Steve Brown and Ron Muhlenkamp have taken to the stage twice. Neither been able to collect a victory. Here in a Group C campaign, we've got victory positions for positions 1 and 2. They will go through to Saturday night.
First leg, it's Ron to throw first. Game on.
To be in one of those top 2 positions, we often say need around about 7 wins. You can lose 3 and still be in the running. If you lose a 4th, you're in trouble. With that in mind,
45.
That means this is the loser back to the walls and would need to
125.
come out and win the final remaining 7 fixtures.
$134. 85. 58. 93.
'Just trying to
57.
look through the... Yeah, definitely is. It's a change of equipment here for Ron Muhlenkamp. Now, it does look
72.
to be the same sort of barrel. It's just a different colour and potentially just feels a little bit different in the hand. A different grip, maybe a newer grip, a newer, fresher out the packet.
171. Steve, you require 126.
But definitely an equipment change here from Ron Muhlenkamp.
Bullseye for Brown, who himself is changed up.
Ron,
He's got the
36.
Bulldog flights.
Game shot on the first leg.
Whatever the
Ron
equipment is,
Muhlenkamp.
it's working for Ron Muhlenkamp. 16 dart to the kickstart. He leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. $100.
Double equipment change here from the players. The 2 players at the bottom of the table, and that tells me that they're not quite settled or comfortable or confident with what's going up there at the moment, because they're looking for something.
97.
They're looking for changes here. They're looking to try and find a little bit of inspiration from somewhere.
100.
Well, effectively, by your mantra of the rule of 3, the loser of this game would be out.
Oh, absolutely. With a little dive into that at the moment, where they wouldn't be out, but they would need to be perfect. It would need to be the straight through the card 7 fixtures. And when you look at players like Darryl Pilgrim in the card, to
76.
go through and potentially have to do the double against him to give yourself any hope is not a position you would want to be in. Didn't like the way that one was in the board. Had to shuffle right across. He's going to switch down and use the 17s. Good board management and good arithmetic there from Muhlenkamp. You could see how the dart was
133.
not fully
Ron, you require
penetrated into the board. The wobble. Trying to work out the best way here. I don't think he likes to lie on the 19s. It's a bit awkward.
59.
That's why he's used the bullseye. Didn't feel he could play
92.
around the dart in the 19s.
45. Ron, you require 74.
74 for Ron Muhlenkamp. Double 16 for the breaker throw and a 2-0 lead. Averages just tick under a ton.
42.
But 2 darts have come and
Steve
gone for that
Uruguay,
2-0 lead, and
47.
so Brown comes back. Wanting tops.
Game
And
shot
that
on the
first
second
star was
leg,
such a
Steve
succulent guide to bring the second one just below 1-1.
Third leg, it's Ron to throw first. Game on.
Steve Brown is to win this game. He's going to have to muster up a breaker throw from somewhere.
100.
I've
85.
seen Steve Brown here at the Super Series on many occasions, and he is one that doesn't mind doing a bit of tinkering with the tungsten. We've seen him change his darts and change the equipment on occasion. Does like to switch
60.
to this Adrian Lewis barrel, doesn't he? He's found some success with that in the times gone by. He's finding some success with this equipment right now.
140.
Moolenkamp, who does a little bit of what you do, mixing up a bit of playing with punditry. Was a part of the
100.
television crew that brought you the World Championship to viewers in the Netherlands.
85.
Ray Van Peer did a bit of commentary out there, as did Marco Meyer, the established Dutch referee. The world famous, yeah, that's game shot.
140.
And I can't believe him when I won after
42.
12.
Ron, you require
For what Chris
101.
Mason would like to call a red pen leg when you complete it in 15 with a 101. But complete it with double 8.
85.
Nudges the wire.
Steve, you require 149.
It's on.
Game shot on the third leg, Steve Brown.
What a finish from Steve Brown. Not only for the great shot that he's just had,
Fourth
but the
leg, it's Steve
reaction
to
that he
throw
got from Ron
first.
Moolenkamp, who
Game on.
literally took that one on the chin.
The bomber landing a blow.
The bomber landing a blow on the bomb.
135.
We expected some explosive stuff in this game. That was a song by the Bucketheads, wasn't it?
99.
The Bomb.
As if I'm going to know the answer to that.
That's your era, Matthew.
100.
I'll get it up on Spotify later.
Can't wait.
140.
Surely you've heard it in Pop World every now and then.
136.
Brown 130 for a 3-1 lead.
$128. Steve, you require 130.
Triple trying ball. He got hit with back-to-back top plus
65.
finishes, didn't he, against Darryl
Ron, you
Pilgrim?
require
He couldn't quite
134.
exact that revenge upon Von Moolenkamp. Himself is looking for a ton topper, the 134, which is going to go.
94. Steve, you require 65.
Oh, I like it. A good sign of confidence there from the bomber.
Game shot on a fourth
Beautiful
leg,
finish.
Steve
And again,
Brown.
Ron Moolenkamp stood waiting and doesn't get an opportunity to come to the board. He's averaging just shy of a ton here, Ron
Fifth
Moolenkamp.
leg, it's
And he's
Ron to
probably
throw
thinking,
first.
what do I need
Game
to
on.
do to get something on the board here at the Super Series this week? He has rose his averages, he's rose his performance. Put nearly 20 points on his average from the last fixture.
140.
And he's still finding himself only with the one leg.
However,
100.
Steve Brown was 3-1 to the good against Jeroen Caron and lost that by 4 legs to 3. He's been in this position before today. and failed to come out the other side.
57.
Sure, the Brown clan will
60.
be watching on at home, including son John.
Former PDC tour card holder in his own right as well.
140.
Remember the UK Open during the COVID year. Steve Brown went back to the hotel so he could watch his son
96.
John playing on
Ron, you require
Darts
164.
Connect. Ended up being timed out for his match with Scott Waits. Sure, he'll be very grateful for me reminding him of that.
95.
Yeah, John, who became a dad for the first time in 2023.
95. Ron, you require 69.
3-2. Tops.
29.
That goes high.
Steve, you require 150.
But not handsome.
44. Ron, you require 40.
Half the deficit to 1. There's one advantage in this scenario for Ron Moulenkamp, is he
shot on a
only
fifth
has to
leg,
break
Ron
Steve
Moulenkamp.
Brown once, and it is in this leg.
Good luck doing that. The way Steve Brown's
Sixth
playing
leg,
at the
it's
moment, you
Steve to
feel he's
throw
got to do one
first.
or two things. Either
Game on.
Meulenkamp's going to have to go out in 12, or he's going to have to hope that Steve Brown starts to get a bit of finishing line-itis.
58.
That would be the best scenario that Meulenkamp would have hoped for there. A troubleless visit to open the campaign in this leg for Steve Brown.
97.
Big last start there, just to put his nose in front.
Moulenkamp is jabbing. But Brown is swinging.
140.
Not only are
40.
those missing, but they are going in at different angles.
95.
Steve Brown has a big advantage now on the scoreboard. You feel this has to be a max for Meulenkamp.
$100.
That ton doesn't really do anything. 6 of the match for Steve Brown.
100.
Unhappy with just a ton, but he is still in control of the leg. Really, only a max puts Brown in Pebble.
$60. Steve, you require 108.
That offers Steve Brown 6 starts here to get this one wrapped up. Very experienced player. He'll know that this is just a free shot on the setup plate.
53.
Leaves himself on a 2-darter. Nice single to double opportunity. So Meulenkamp's in hit and hope territory. But he might fill it. That is inviting.
140. Steve, you require
Keep
55.
Steve Brown honest, as he has 2 darts at tots to seal the match. He
shot
only
and the
needs
match.
the one.
Steve Brown.
And Steve Brown is the man that's on the board. As for Ron the Bomb, he sinks to the bottom of the group as Steve Brown has a little bit of a celebration with our referee, Jack Garrard. A 90.79 average, defying the 96 of Moulenkamp. And that was ticking around the ton for the most part. But the Bomb, well, he'll be ticked off following a 3rd defeat in a row. This time to the Bomb of that 149, changing proceedings there for Brown. Coming up after the break, the 2 perfect players so far in the group. Somebody's O's going to have to go when we see Garcia play Pilgrim. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have the top two go toe-to-toe. The two perfect players, after 2 rounds of matches, will face off in the last game of round 3. It sees Darryl Pilgrim pipped up against Kevin Garcia. As far as Pilgrim is concerned, he has come out to play today. A 98 average to beat One Moon and Campton Hill, and then getting the better of Steve Brown by 4 legs to 1, with 2 back-to-back Tom Plus outshots, changing the game in Mr. P's direction. As for Garcia, well, he has been steady, if not spectacular at times. An 87 average and a 4-2 success against Colin Osborne.
Game
a
on.
1-2-2 out, and he got the better of Javon Caron in the M4-3. It was a game was a bit more of an attritional affair, but it was a win nonetheless for the man from Merseyside.
115.
He'll have his hands full here, though, against Mr. P, Darryl Pilgrim. But with that, can often inspire performance to increase when you're up against one of the big hitters here at the Super Series, who opens with the biggest hit of them all.
Yeah, this will be a step up in class 59. Here for Kevin. Classy operators here don't get much classier than Mr. P. You did just get the sense that at some point you felt like he was going to click and things would go right, and you just get the sense that that's happening today for him.
140.
But Garcia sticking with the task in this opening leg.
$100.
Moving first to face. He has taken out a 164 this week, but Garcia looking to leave in a much more handier range, and boy, is he going to do that.
171.
Needs himself double 8 after 12.
164.
But he may not get a go. Hard would have been in the mouth there after the first treble 19. There's no doubt about that. But Garcia back for double 8 for 13 dart leg.
16.
But this was his Achilles heel against Caron. He missed 14 darts in the double, and he's missed 3 to win this opening leg. And you don't expect him to come back with Pilgrim wanting tops. And he won't come back. Pilgrim last starting hand breaks. 1-0 to Mr. P.
Second leg, it's Darryl to throw first. Game on. $59. 96. $125. 140.
This is bringing up to be a proper encounter. Garcia average is in excess of 104. It felt like he had to go up through the levels to compete
59.
with Pilgrim here, and he is doing exactly that.
You carve out an opportunity
95.
like he did in the opening leg, and you miss 3 darts. It can do 2 things, but they both end up coming from a place of frustration.
100. Kevin, you require 170.
Another one of them. Left the bullseye for our second big fish of the week. The other one being hit by Pilgrim.
You require 158.
Not the big fish, but it's a big finish. Another one of those. Gave him a dart, the double 19.
98. Kevin, you require 72.
For the break back. It's going to be 1 dart at the bullseye. It's all he's going to get. That
39.
drags below, and so Pilgrim's got an opportunity to open up a 2-leg buffer now.
Chances in both legs for Kevin Garcia have come and gone here. And Pilgrim just needs to shuffle across the ocky there just to open up the bed. He's back to the original start position. Good reset there, not just throwing from wherever he ends up on the ocky. And doubles his lead. It's one of those
Third
sort
leg,
of
it's Kevin to throw first. Game
common
on.
things that happen when a player moves. They just persist with that new position, regardless of the fact they move back to an open target. But a sign of being comfortable in the situation there, Daryl Pilgrim. Doing things in his own time, at his own pace, in his own way. Make sure that he can get the best possible outcomes.
140.
But this leg could be so key.
59.
Because we know Pilgrim's got that staying power. And having lost 2 legs that he could have won Garcia, he can't afford the head to drop. And Pilgrim has got a sizable lead in this third leg, threatening the double breaker throw. But this is good resistance on Garcia. He's not going to be defied by Daryl. He's going to make him work for it.
$96. $98. Daryl, you require 125.
3-0. A 12 darter. Triple 20 tops. Not going to go, so Garcia's going to get an opportunity to win a third leg in
55.
succession. But can he make it third time lucky in terms of executing it? It's 1 dart, a double top.
Game shot.
This time he finds
Kevin
it.
Garcia.
Garcia's still in the game at 2-1. He bids tops for a 15 dart leg. Pilgrim
Fourth leg, it's Daryl to throw
still in the
first.
ascendancy though.
Game
he
on.
still needs to find a break, Garcia, having been broken in the first.
82.
Good game this, Matt. And Garcia's more than played his part.
Well, he's certainly in the mix, isn't he, for the day
58.
so far? He's yet to taste defeat. That someone's got to lose
100.
that 100% record. Someone's got to get beaten for the first time.
42. $137.
You do get the feel in here when you're watching this game that Daryl Pilgrim's playing at a pace and cantering along at a speed that we know he can live with and sustain, where you feel Kevin Garcia is living at the peak of his powers at the moment.
Felt like Garcia had to do the damage early in this match.
Yeah, and he did. He got the opportunities, but when you're playing a player like Pilgrim, that's the opportunities. A dart at the ball and then
58.
the 3 darts in hand he missed.
Daryl, you
4
require
darts across the 2
82.
legs. They're the chances you need to convert at least one of those. And if he did, it would be a scoreline the other way around. It'd be Garcia 2-1 up.
42.
Instead, he's in big, big danger now of Pilgrim putting himself a leg away from moving to the top of the table clear on 6 points.
40. Daryl, you require 40.
He'll probably wave the white flag in this leg.
Game shot.
3-1
Fourth
Pilgrim.
leg, Daryl Pilgrim.
Garcia, 3-1 down. But the only saving grace is in this
Fifth
position.
leg,
He only
it's
has
Kevin
to
to
break
throw
down
first.
once. I know
Game
that's
on.
easier said than done.
$82.
The beautiful surroundings of the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A venue Pilgrim has tasted success in on more than one occasion. And he has hit more than a few maximums here as well. He's closing in on his third win on the spin
83.
to begin Group C. You can join us in this beautiful arena. And that QR code, it takes you to a website called dartshot.tv. And you can come and join us for finals night here on the south coast of Portsmouth. Every single Saturday night here at the MODUS Live Lounge in Hampshire. A booking fee. You can be here to watch some real tungsten stars of the future and some legends of the past. But Thornton's going to be here on Saturday night. And there will be some legends in the building here at the Super Series next week. That is all I'm going to say. Find out more about that lineup in due course.
$59. Kevin, you require 122.
He's already taken this once today, the 1-2-2. He took it to win a match. He could take it again to keep himself in the match.
74. Daryl, you require 142.
He's already had a 107. He's always had a 115 today. Is he going to finish this game off with a 142? He very much could do. If he can find tops, what a superb finish. The Eagle is flying on Thursday. Daryl Pilgrim with a 4-1 success against Kevin Garcia. He has won 3 matches now with a concession of just 2 legs. And there's reason to smile for Daryl Pilgrim, the bookmaker's favourite to get through the group. A 96.12 average, 4 out of 8 on the doubles, finishing off with a 142 finish as well. He gets the better of a spirited Kevin Garcia, who made it a real game for the first 3 legs or so by 4 legs to 1. Coming up after the break, it is a Lowlands battle as the Belgian Jeroen Caron takes on the Dutchman, Ron Meulenkamp.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where 9 of today's 15 fixtures have been played. And, well, an early win for Kevin Garcia against Colin Osborne, the ADC qualifier, getting off to a flying start. Actually went on to win his second match as well, as you can see, beating Jeroen Caron 4-3. Before that, Daryl Pilgrim, a thumping 4-0 victory against Ron Muhlenkamp. And Pilgrim has carried on, powering past his opponents. 4-1 wins against both Steve Brown and Kevin Garcia means that a hat-trick of victories puts Pilgrim top of the table, unbeaten. As expected, he was the odds-on favourite to win this group before a dart was thrown. Colin Osborne, who missed out agonisingly on making it straight through to finals night in Group A, 2 wins from 3, as is Kevin Garcia. Ron Muhlenkamp, maybe the surprise in the group, hasn't got off the mark yet. Bottom of the table. So we move into game 10 and a meeting between the Bomb and Jeroen Caron. And guiding you through the action, I will let Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar carry on.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we're going to begin this game with some breaking news, because the 2024 Premier League darts lineup has been announced in the last couple of minutes. No surprise, the world champion, the world number 1, Luke Humphries, is in there, and he's going to be headlining a field which includes Michael van Gerwen, Michael Smith, Nathan Aspinall, Gerwin Price, Rob Cross,
First leg,
Peter
it's
Wright,
Jeroen to throw first,
and Luke Littler. They are the 8 players that will be participating in the 2024 Premier League darts, beginning February the 1st at Cardiff Utilita Arena.
I was robbed.
96.
I thought this was my year this year. I won the Iceland Masters, won Slovenia. Absolutely robbed.
140.
Well, that was the big question mark, wasn't it? Whether Luke gets in or Luke misses out. Would it be fair to say that 8th spot was probably a shootout between himself and Chris Dobie in the end?
I think it was Dobie until he handled himself as well as he did last night. I think the big test was what kind of performance do we get from Luke Littler in the final? And because it was just so good, so polished, so professional, that was the factor that puts Luke Littler in. I think that might be why the announcement was delayed till today as well, just to give a little bit of time for the dust to settle and to see how he handles that. And got to be said, it's, for me, the right decision.
Little more than 3 months ago, Luke Littler was playing in front of a crowd of in and around 100 here at the Live Lounge and lost in a semi-final to Sebastian Białecki. And now he's playing in the Premier League in front of 10,000 in some arenas, including Berlin. That is an arena like no other, the Mercedes-Benz in Berlin.
58. Ron, you require 164.
Muhlenkamp, though, in the first leg of this one, 164. Trouble 18. Would have had the bullseye for what would have been the biggest finish of the day so far. That belongs to Steve Brown and the 149.
Jeroen, you require 112.
Go on. He's not going to get a dart at tops. He did the hard work and then missed the big number.
72.
So Muhlenkamp is back with another opportunity to break. Tops.
28.
Does not
Jeroen,
go.
you require 40.
So Jeroen comes back for the target that the Dutchman has just missed.
Game shot
And he makes no mistake. 1-0 to Jeroen Caron. When he's been finding that, he's been finding himself in business.
Second leg, it's Ron to throw first. Game on. 100.
Ron Muhlenkamp doesn't register the points here. I think his campaign's
60.
run, and that'll be mightily disappointing for Muhlenkamp, who would have been hoping to leave this sort of form behind him. He didn't have a very successful 2023, but you come into a new year, it can just change how
91.
the mind works. You've got that reset point in terms of the rankings, the one-year system on the PDC, the Challenge Tour. new opportunity at Q School. So there's plenty ahead of him.
45.
But he's going to need to finding that Ron Muhlenkamp of a couple of years ago. The Ron Muhlenkamp who was regularly making it to the Alexandra Palace stage.
60. $85.
Incidentally, have they announced the full field for Bahrain yet next week?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I wouldn't be surprised to see Luke Littler in that one as well. I think he's going to have a very, very busy year.
Put it this way, he's got the air miles in.
Well, one thing we know about Luke Littler is he just loves playing darts, and when he's come down here to the Super Series before, he's come down on the Sunday, he's got 6 days of darts ahead of him, and he's gone, where can I find a practice board? Then halfway through the week, get to the Wednesday, and he wants to go to local opens. He just can't keep the lad off the dartboard, and certainly no concerns with capabilities or his desire to play the game all the time.
60.
Now just got to add in an awful lot of travelling.
Well, the intention then was ball 25 bull. 63 remains here for Muhlenkamp.
75.
They'll level this game back up at 1 apiece. Well, if it was Conan Whitehead tonight, we'd know exactly what would be 85. The case. But this would be a split
50.
as opposed to a direct hit. Double 16. 2 8s.
34.
Does not go.
You require
Ironically, while we're talking about
111.
Luke Littler, this was a shot that Luke Littler actually famously took here, the 111, bull 11 bull. Did it on a couple of occasions. This is the more conventional route from Jeroen, but unable to find the required
71.
targets.
Ron, you require 16. Game shot on the second leg.
Muhlenkamp in the end manages to mop up to level up at 1-1. Took him a few opportunities, but he's eventually clawed over the line.
Third leg, gets Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
To put you in the picture, Jeroen on 2 points, while Muhlenkamp yet to pick up a win.
140.
Big game coming up next. Pilgrim Osborne. Stand the top 2 players in the league standings.
40.
Muhlenkamp actually went into today as a second favourite. He was priced more likely to win the group than Conan Osborne was.
180.
But he's finding himself really stuck in the mud here.
A lot of that comes down to the many years that Ron Muhlenkamp has spent on the PDC Pro Tour.
$135.
On for a potential 11 dart leg here, Jeroen.
$131. Jeroen, you require 46.
Just had spells like this, doesn't he?
Game
As he
shot on the
lays the
third
tops, he
leg,
gets the
Jeroen
tops to lead 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Ron to throw first. Game on. $60.
Is Jeroen just having another one of his little purple patches here?
Good time to do so as well.
100.
Keeps himself well and truly in the running here for a qualification place, which would be a fantastic debut campaign for him if he was to be here on Saturday night. And you sort of feel if he gets to Saturday night, then everything from that point would just become real bonus.
68.
You can join us on Saturday, any Saturday in 2024. Scan that QR code. It sends you to a website called dartshop.tv. And from there, you can buy your tickets for a Saturday night final here at the Super Series. Be a part of our exclusive crowd here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, Hampshire, south coast
100.
of England. And who knows, you could see a darting star of the future. We've already had a couple ply their trades here that have gone on to bigger things in the PDC. Scott Williams and Luke Little, to name a couple. But
140.
Owen Bates played at the Ali Pali this year on the back of a good campaign at the Super Series in 2023. In fact, there was 15 players that played at the Super Series in 2023 that played at the World Championships. And there's probably going to be a great deal more that go on and win tour cards. Ron Moulenkamp wants to be one of them, but he finds himself in the lurch, not just in this game, but in this group.
60. Ron, you require 93.
Options here. Decided to go treble 18 to leave the double.
57.
And he just grazes
Jeroen,
the
you
wire.
require 124.
Triple 18 and the bullseye for the break of throw for Caron. The bullseye for the Belgian.
99.
Doesn't go. Moulenkamp is back.
Ron, you require 36. Game shot on the 4 flag. Ron Moulenkamp.
And he's back. He's back level in this fixture. But he does need to find that breaker throw from somewhere. He's not been finding too
5th
many
flag,
of
it's
today.
Jeroen to throw first. Game on. $140. $177.
Perfect start for Moulenkamp. Is the only score that could really threaten the 140 from Caron on throw.
85. $39.
But all the good work has just been undone in that visit for Moulenkamp. Just keeps finding these 2 triple turns, isn't he, Jeroen?
140.
That's his 5th turn of 140 or more in this match. His average is 96. Leaves himself on 136 and
26. Jeroen, you require
Moulenkamp's head sank when he looked over to the scoreboard before firing in that last dart. He might be sinking to the floor. If Caron could take out the 136, double 8.
Shot on the 5th
That
leg.
is absolutely
Caron.
superb. Jeroen Caron with a 136 and a 12-dart leg to move 3-2 in front
6th
against
leg,
Ron
it's Ron to throw
Moulenkamp,
first.
who now froze
Game
to
on.
stay in the match.
$180.
First dart did look a little loose in the board. He stayed there though and fires in the maximum. Jeroen Caron is
100.
vitally impressive in this game. Average of nearly 98. But this is what Ron Moulenkamp wants. He wants that fluency in the arm. He wants that fluency in the throw.
135.
This has that little bit of a sticking point, that little bit of a holding point, which then just makes him move the elbow around.
42.
Forces the shoulder to engage, and he gets that loopy dart. This is more like, there's the moment. There it is. And the elbow just starts to rise on that drawback.
56.
See how it drops low and the angle of entry not ideal.
99. Ron, you require 130.
Would hit back with a ton top of his own. Doesn't have to take this first time of asking.
$58.
He's himself 72 after 12. This is a good response on throw from Mühlenkamp.
100. Ron, you require
Leaves himself
72.
on a finish, but a big one. $16 for tops to take us to a tie break. Just has a re-grip and then
shot on a
pins
sick
the
leg.
double.
Run, Mühlenkamp.
3-3 it is. We go all the way to a last leg decider.
7th and final
Karun
leg.
has
It's
the darts.
Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
Minimum requirement done. Gets a bonus dart and uses it well.
140.
Saw this earlier on. When the player opens with a 140, you think it's job done, and then they get hit back with a max. Mühlenkamp not able to reply in the same way, but he keeps hold of Jeroen Caron here with a reply of the 140. This is where we're now thinking 15 Jeroen. Mühlenkamp will be thinking 12.
100. $83. $95.
Single 20 there from Caron. He's left himself on a bogey. If he went down to 19s, he would have left himself on 167.
81.
But he's going to get 6 for the match. And he's going to take full advantage of that first visit of that
126.
particular cycle, leaving tops after 12. This is some last leg from Jeroen Caron.
This
would have been the game plan at
Jeroen, you require
501
40.
to leave tops after 12 on throw. And now, double 10 to execute the plan. But it doesn't go.
30.
And Mühlenkamp has a chance to
Ron,
pick
you
up his
require
first win.
57.
See the grimace and the snarl there from Mühlenkamp. He knows he's got a chance here to step in and get some points, and wow, he's missed a big number. It's only one dart.
17. Jeroen, you
The
require
story,
10.
the misery continues for Ron the Bomb.
Both players have had darts to win this match. Who is going to get over the line?
8.
Who's going to fall
Ron, you
over the
require
line?
40.
Caron has spurnt chance after chance.
Game shot.
And Mühlenkamp will not pass
Ron
the opportunity
Mühlenkamp.
by as he gets the better of Jeroen Caron by 4 legs to 3 to seal his first win of the group. It keeps him in play at least. The Bomb walking off stage, knowing there's still work to do, but he's at least got a win on the board. 3 maximums, 4 from 11 on the checkout. There's a decent performance. Caron himself, 93.71 and a 136 checkout. Well, that ended up being in vain. Coming up after the break, the heavyweight battle of this Group C as Darryl Pilgrim takes on Colin Osborne. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have the heavyweight battle of Group C about to commence as Colin Osborne takes on Daryl Pilgrim. Pilgrim, the only player of 100% record left in the group, having won each of his opening 3 matches, and he really has upped the levels from day 1 and day 2 here on day 3. As for Colin Osborne, well, he's won 2 out of 3 and may have felt like he just dodged a bit of a bullet in the last game against Jeroen Caron, edging it by 4 legs to 3. Caron missing 9 darts and a double in that match. But that man there, Mr. P, who over the last 12 months has built up a reputation where perhaps there is now pressure lurking on his shoulders. The odds compilers had him as the bookmakers' favourite to go on and win the week from the onset on Tuesday. Now, that is in the eyes of Chris Lambert, who plays
Daryl to throw
later on
first.
tonight. Pilgrim has
Game
progressed
on.
to 5-1 joint second favourite alongside Robert Thornton to win the week. But in terms of this group, he is perfectly sat and perfectly poised. Make a bit of a move, and he's making a move early on here.
If Daryl Pilgrim does not win this group, you feel Colin Osborne has got to be the man to cling onto his coattails and reel him back in.
180.
Well, he's reeled him back in after that opening 180. Both players on the 9. Have you ever seen the like?
Well, Daryl has missed, and Colin may hit.
57.
We're getting a bit ahead of ourselves here, aren't we? Getting a bit excited early.
Are we? Yes.
95.
I will calm down.
$100.
Where is Daryl Pilgrim's ceiling as a player for you, Matt?
I don't think we've seen it yet. We've seen glimpses of what he's capable of, but he just lacks that little bit of consistency still at the moment to really see where it can go, because brilliance is great for a round, but the PDCs run on tournament systems.
64.
And if you're brilliant one game and you're not the next, you're not going to go too far. So just being able to back that up and hit that consistency, and when he does that, we could be looking at a top 32 player potentially.
54.
Judged on what he showed us at the top end of his game.
Big expectations and big performances as well. Has harboured the reputation, including finishes like this, and he
80.
almost found the tops.
Colin, you require 32.
Doesn't find it, and so Colin Osborne comes back. When he missed a dart for 12. And he can't wrap it up in 5 turns to the board, and he may not come back
Daryl,
at
you
all.
require 20.
Couple of times the first darts land on the wire, but usually he's been able to adjust, but not on that occasion. But he manages to find the double 5, and the look of relief on the face of Daryl Pilgrim as he takes a 1-0 lead. He knows he's dodged a bit of a bullet there. Osborne missing 5 darts for the leg.
Game on. $100. $60.
Beautifully compacted darts there. That was just a fraction lower in the treble, we'd be talking about what a fantastic compact 180 that was. Instead,
100.
just the 60 points.
That's up perfectly again.
125.
Third dart just deflected off the first and then veered off to the left.
$97.
In terms of their meetings elsewhere this week, Pilgrim got the better of Colin Osborne on Wednesday by 4 legs to 3, including a 1-2-4 outshot
100.
in that particular match. And then on Tuesday, it was the other side of the coin. It was Osborne that won a last leg decider against Pilgrim. Pilgrim With a big fish in that game, but it wasn't quite enough.
180.
Osborne once again leaves a double after 12.
$140. Colin, you require 24.
Level up.
$18. Daryl, you
The
require
missed doubles
76.
continue to come for Colin Osborne. Averaging 98.80 despite the 8 missed starts at the double, which tells you all the story that the scoring phase has been brilliant, but that's a miss. Pilgrim missing
44.
the big number, not even getting a
Colin, you
dart at the
require
double.
6.
But because he's straight into the double 9, he has to go furthest south. This could be difficult.
No score.
Kissed off the barrel, but
Daryl,
goes
you
the other
require
side.
32.
And so Pilgrim for the break.
Game shot on his second leg, Daryl Pilgrim.
Well, the opening leg, he clutched the finish. Last start in hand,
Third leg,
puffed
it's
out the
Daryl to
cheeks,
throw
raised
first.
the eyebrows.
Game on.
On that occasion, he was almost apologetic to Colin Osborne. 11 darts now for Colin Osborne at the outer ring, yet to find anything successful.
60.
But only a 60 start for Pilgrim, and dry visits have been pounced upon in this match so far.
44.
Until then. Just a reminder, this isn't the end of our darting action for the day here at the MODUS Super
100.
Series. We've got another session coming up tonight from 10 o'clock here on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. If you are watching, don't forget to drop us a
85.
sub on our YouTube channel. And what an evening we have got in store for you tonight. We're going to see a debut on the big stage for Glenn Durrant, the three-time
96.
Lakeside World Champ, former Premier League winner. He's going to join Paul Hogan, a man who's got history with on the Lakeside stage, and David Davis, the
180.
talented Welsh player, joining Conan Whitehead and Chris Lamman from Group A in proceedings. That's going to be a very good night worth of darts. 10 o'clock, Sporty Stuff TV and the Super Series YouTube
99.
channel.
$100.
Pilgrim's already had a
Daryl, you
142
require
today. The
146.
146, a similar type of finish. Got to find the 2 treble 19s. It would have left double 16. And so Osborne
96.
again leaving something
Colin, you
tangible
require
after 12
92.
to get a break. Double. That's
Game shot on the
absolutely
third
superb.
leg, Colin
And
Osborne.
Colin Osborne, who couldn't find a double with his first 11 attempts, has just found 2 in 2 darts. Back to 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
I wish I could make sense of this game at times, but I think the easiest way to do it is just that's darts.
140.
Just another game of darts. That's a perfect lie, that for Pilgrim.
140.
The flight there with the last start did look like it was on course. Does throw with these very hard, rigid flights, which quite often, when
140.
they clatter into each other, is just going to change the direction of the point of the dart rather than losing the equipment at the back. Very popular nowadays, these big moulded
131.
flight systems.
$83.
Osborne leaving 138. Pilgrim with a rare pull.
But what a recovery.
115. Colin, you require 138.
Half the score. He's only taken out of 115 today. Hit that against Steve Brown. That was in the back-to-back. Ton plus out echelons of that match.
100. Daryl, you require 115.
I suppose there's nothing sweeter than a repeater. But it can still be done. Triple 20 bull. Bullseye for an act of rescuing.
Shot on the 4 flag.
To
Daryl
perfect
Pilgrim.
chagrin from Daryl Pilgrim. That was relief. That was pain etched on the face of
Fifth
Colin
leg,
Osborne.
it's Daryl to
3-1
throw
to the Flying
first.
Eagle.
Game on.
You can't believe what's happening here, Colin Osborne. Just feels everything will be going against him at the moment. But if you can't be the best, be the best of the
93.
rest. Second place is good enough in this group, unlike a Group A campaign, which you've seen already this week. If he can get himself into that second place position, he will still book himself a place. But that's provided he doesn't up it again. Osborne averaging over 100 here, despite being 3-1 down to Pilgrim.
That's his 4th max of the match.
140.
You don't know for sure what your average is, but you know when you're playing well. And he'll be feeling he's running around that 100 mark here, Colin Osborne, and he'll be trying to figure out how he's not
100.
winning this fixture. Pilgrim potentially just 6 starts away from victory here.
Well, there's been 4 legs in this match, and after 3 of them, Osborne is left to double after 12.
101. $134. Daryl, you require 167.
Pilgrim's not going to follow up the 115 with the 167, but he is going to apply
99.
the pressure on this
Colin, you
87
require
to save
87.
the match for Colin Osborne. It's going to have to be treble 15 tops. Could be treble 19, double 14, but Osborne loves tops. So he goes treble 19, double 14.
59. Daryl, you require
Was that the last
68.
opportunity for Colin Osborne in this game?
Game
Double
shot
18
and
for the match for Daryl Pilgrim, and that is 4 wins from 4 for Mr. P, who's been Mr. Perfect so far. He gets the better of Colin Osborne, who averaged 101, had 4 maxes in the match, but it's that column, 4th down, the checkouts, Pilgrim 4 from 8, Osborne 1 from 13, changed the game in the favour of the Flying Eagle, who is flying at the top of the table. A 4-1 win for him. He's seemingly unstoppable so far today. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to watch Steve Brown against Kevin Garcia. Very warm welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Daryl Pilgrim continue his perfect start to Group C with a 4-1 success against Colin Osborne. That was despite the Wizard averaging in excess of a ton and hitting 4 maximums in that match. And so we head into the final game of the 4th round of fixtures. It sees Steve Brown, who picked up his first win last time out, up against Kevin Garcia, who is on the end of his first defeat in his last match to Daryl Pilgrim. Steve Brown, the chair of the ADC, taking on a player who was qualified via that organisation.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
You are Steve Brown. Would you be happy enough with the last game? Just under 91 average, the 149. It looked more like the Steve Brown we've come used to.
The timing of it was the real key factor there for Steve Brown in that one, and there's plenty of encouraging signs there.
139.
And he'll be encouraged at the fact that Colin Osborne lost the last game there to Daryl Pilgrim. He'll be encouraged about the fact that Rob Muhlenkamp got a victory on the board. So Steve Brown is in a position here where he could start swooping the field here with a decent victory.
57.
Now, Pilgrim's raced away, hasn't he? If Brown wins,
48.
It's so tightly compact going into the last round.
Well, in fact, any Steve Brown win will move him into second place in the table. So he'll jump from 5th to 2nd,
42.
going into the final lap on day number 1. Only a 2-day group, so good position to be in.
100.
As far as Kevin Garcia is concerned, if he wins this one, the damage from the Pilgrim defeat isn't really severe.
81.
Oh, Steve Brown's got 6 starts here from 174 to wrap up the first leg.
134.
The potties return.
$24. Steve, you require 40. Game shot on the first
Pin
leg.
first time in
Steve
hand.
Brown.
16 dart for Steve Brown to get up and running, leading 1-0 against Kevin Garcia.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Who has not got out the
Game
traps
on.
in this opening leg.
$32. $42. $80. $100. $60.
Just a reminder that these players are playing for spots at Champions Week, which is in the middle of February. The final of that is on February the 17th. Tickets are available for that night on dartshop.tv, where they'll be crowned the 6th champion. They'll be joining an illustrious list of names to have picked up the trophy. Good to see a former champion tonight. The first ever recipient of the big trophy in Conan Whitehead. Raymond Smith won Series 2 around about this time last year. Luke Littler winning the 2 series in the middle of that, and our reigning defending champion who was eliminated in week 3.
67.
Jim McEwen.
Steve, you require 127.
And game?
59.
Well, in terms of the game, this is a game that is completely one-sided at the moment. Steve Brown completely outscoring Kevin Garcia, which you'd say that's probably been the strength at times for Kevin Garcia across the day. So it'll be a concern for him that it's not turned up in this fixture. Tops to double his lead.
28.
He will be back. Garcia lacking the scoring power at this phase of the match.
$58. Steve, you require 40.
2-0. Well, it's been comfortable so far, hasn't it, for Steve Brown? And he opens up a 2-0 lead with a minimum of fuss.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw
Garcia's
first.
just had no resistance. Maybe the defeat to Pilgrim has just taken a lot out of the system.
100.
Can you pour everything into a match and you go on the wrong end of the scoreline and it completely deflate you?
You can, but
77.
You have a very different mentality here at the Super Series because this is marathon darts, not sprint darts. And
46.
You will try and manage your day to basically hit that line of consistency.
58. $100. $82.
There's just a little bit of shoulder creeping in to the Garcia throw.
59.
There's a little bit more of a push, a bit more effort there.
It is to do with where he grips on the barrel. There will always have to be an element of lift. Rather than a full
45.
projection. The dart through the air.
$44. Steve, you require 151.
Well, for 3-0 lead, 151 isn't going to go, so Garcia has a pop shot at a 144.
81.
I mean, it hasn't
Kevin, you
looked
require
likely that something like this is going to
144.
go in this game from Garcia. And it's not going to happen this time. And so, Brown back for 17.
94.
3-0 lead.
Steve, you require 70.
25 remaining, so options as to where he wants to go, 9 or 5. Or 1 double 12 potentially, but it's 5 double 10.
Game shot on a
For
third
3-0
leg.
lead for
Brown.
Steve Brown. Hasn't had to go through the gears, but he is doing enough.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Garcia yet to get an opportunity to win a leg. It's the closest he's got so far in terms of leaving 50 points on the board.
100.
If he doesn't win this leg, it's game over. Steve Brown will jump from fifth in the
77.
table up to second. He's got one more fixture still to go. That is our last one of the day. He'll be taking on Colin Osborne, the man that we've been
177.
saying throughout the day could be the guy to keep tabs on Daryl Pilgrim. Pilgrim coming up in our next fixture against
140.
Jeroen Caron. And then the meat between those two slices of bread in the sandwich would be Kevin Garcia
60.
and Ron the Bomb.
Don't talk about sandwiches. You're making me very peckish at this hour.
125. Kevin, you require 164.
164. Doesn't have to go for this. But you know what, Kev? Why not?
139.
And he wasn't far away.
When you've had a game like Kevin Garcia has, you go for shots like that where you wouldn't normally do it. You think, why not? It's all gone wrong. Why not I try and do something
97.
out of the ordinary? Because the
Kevin, you
ordinary is not
require
working for me.
25.
12. That was pulled inside dramatically, as was the
19.
double 6.
Steve, you require 62.
To complete a whitewash win.
22.
Tops is not Brown's
Kevin,
friend
you
this
require
time.
6.
And so from the top of the board to the bottom of the board, double 3 for Garcia. One dart at the madhouse to save the
4.
match.
Steve, you require
Doesn't
40.
go. And so Steve Brown wants tops. To complete the win.
Game shot and the match.
2-0.
Steve Brown.
And Steve Brown jumps up to second spot in the league table, having got the better of Kevin Garcia by 4 legs to 0. It wasn't a vintage performance, but it didn't need to be for the Bomber. He's got over the line, he puts himself inside the top 2. that's all he wants to be at when it comes to the end of play tomorrow. So we have completed 4 of the 5 rounds in play here in Group C on this Thursday afternoon. Coming up after the break, Daryl Pilgrim looking to complete the card on the first day of the group. He takes on Jeroen Caron next. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series as we head into the final round of fixtures, and it kicks off with Daryl Pilgrim in action against Jeroen Caron. Pilgrim looking to complete a perfect day. 5 wins from 5 would put him on the cusp of qualification through to Saturday night's final, including that leg difference of plus 13 as well. In matter of fact, he has dropped just 3 legs so far today, as Mr. P, who has been Mr. Perfect up to press. He takes on Jeroen Caron, who's picked up 1 win, but has played some good stuff today. It's been okay on and off in patches, but actually, there's been a heck of a lot to like about him today.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying, though, the journey here of Daryl Pilgrim, the way that he's responded to that negative campaign in Group A, the struggles that he had.
First leg, it's Daryl to throw first.
He'll be in Group C.
Game on.
He'll be mightily disappointed probably to be throwing darts today. Would have been hoping to have got that qualification place, which did go to Robert Thornton, the Thorn, the first man through to Saturday night.
140.
Here is looking like a genuine contender to go completely through the card, up and down. He's playing darts now above the level of the rest of this group.
38.
Where he could be Mr. Perfect and take the full 20.
Only one player's done that. Richard North. Series 2, Week 12.
108.
Pilgrim is playing at a supremely high level, and the sort of level that could severely threaten Richard's record.
83. 82.
Here's yourself on the only 2-figure finish, which you need 3 darts to complete.
140. Daryl, you require 99.
99 for the Eagle. 78 left.
The ice cream finish.
87.
Well, he doesn't give that one a licking.
Bit cold for an ice cream though, Matt.
Never too cold for an ice cream. Especially when you're at the seaside.
100. Daryl, you require
Is that
12.
our trip on Saturday morning, Matt?
Game shot on a first leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
13 data for Pilgrim. Well,
Second
Glenn
leg,
Durrant is here
it's
tonight,
Jeroen to
isn't
throw
he? We
first.
had a trip
Game
out to the
on.
arcades with Duzza. Beat him at the basketball, the bowling, the down the clown, the air hockey.
Do we talk about the
77.
dance off?
No, we don't, ever. We never talk about that ever again.
Is that another time where you fix the odds in your favour?
You just keep falling for it, so...
99.
Of course I'm going to keep doing it. Glenn in action tonight. Group B campaign. Going to be joined in there by
134.
Paul Hogan, David Davies, and then the 2 players that graduated from a Group A, Conan Whitehead and Chris Landman.
140.
As if Conan Whitehead's back in time. He did pop off for a bit of Super League action last night.
Only a quick jolly old jaunt down the 25 for Whitehead to Portsmouth, though, from that part of the world.
100. $128.
So, Pilgrim. First to finish in this second leg. Looking to break the throw of Caron.
57. Daryl, you require 134.
17 first.
94. Jeroen, you
He's
require
tops after
133.
12.
To post a bit of a digit for players to attack here. Caron playing his part, battling back. Making sure that this isn't a Daryl Pilgrim appreciation show.
Yeah, that average
45.
was 122.69 in a 4-0 victory against Denny Older Coulter back in August.
$96. $96.
It was a leg that Daryl Pilgrim actually thrown first in, so the maximum visit, the 180 for Caron, has actually wrestled him the advantage of throw.
95.
Come on then, 130
60.
for the break
Jeroen,
back. It's
you
been a bit of an
require
off leg this on throw for
130.
Pilgrim. Have to attack it. He's going to tease us, is he?
90.
No, decides to set up for tops after 12. The right play, the right call. Could be the third 13 darter in succession.
Yeah, didn't get carried away there, showing a wise head there, Caron. Don't want to get carried away when you're playing a player like Pilgrim
Jeroen,
who's
you
hitting.
require 40. Game shot on the third leg.
Caron
Jeroen Caron.
hitting as well. The break of throw. Well, cancelled out. We're back on throw again. We're
Fourth
back to
leg,
where
it's Jeroen
we'd
to throw
expect to be
first.
if everyone was holding.
Game on.
Pilgrim's had about 12 practice starts in the background there.
$100.
It's one of those things that you start off doing it just to try and loosen up, and it ends up becoming more of a
140.
habit than something you sort of consciously make the decision of to do things like the ghost throw. Something that, when I think of a ghost throw, I think of people like Paul Lim.
180.
That is the top of my darting wish list in 2024. I want to see Paul Lim on that stage. I want to see limbs. Limbs,
46.
I say.
$57. $140. Jeroen, you require 164.
140, non-effective to the chance here of Arun Karan, who we know would have just played it sensible, to just set it up. We wouldn't have expected him to have gone for the ball.
96.
Well, following the back-to-back 13 darters, it's kind of gone from a feast to a famine for Darrell Pilgrim.
99. Jeroen, you
Ron has
require
turned this
68.
game around, and full credit's got to go to him here. Because it could have been so easy to have been swamped in this situation. But that's not a good dart. It'd have to be 13 and bull. The bull's eye.
33.
Went aggressive there as well,
Darryl,
went
you
for the
require
treble.
76.
Wasn't just interested in the big single number. Kind of a positive player. This could be a sign of a brilliant player.
60. Jeroen, you require 25.
They got much closer. 2 darts right on the wire. But it may be 2 legs apiece.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
2-2 it is. When Pilgrim was beginning to race away with the game, Caron is just stuck with a task. He dug in and
Fifth
never
leg,
caved
it's
in.
Darryl to throw
And
first.
level we are at 2-2.
Game on.
Let's say he's finding at first dart again.
123.
It covers well with the last.
Well, the cushion's gone now, hasn't it? So it's back to business again now for Darrell Pilgrim. But this is the
59.
third meeting between the pair, so you sort of feel that if there was any sort of nerves around Arun Karan taking on one of the big hitters of the Super Series in Darrell Pilgrim, that maybe that would have gone across day 1 and 2.
140.
And coming up here, producing the goods, but once again, Pilgrim puts his foot on the accelerator here in leg 5.
82.
Game is flicked back in the direction of Mr. P.
$58. $140.
140 is what Caron has scored. 140 is what Pilgrim wants. But that first dart sitting below just makes things a little bit more awkward for him. But he does very well. Moves across, finds a space, and then finds the 2 trebles that he so wanted to leave tops after 12. And just when things are quieting down in that business leg, he has found something.
Well, if you look at the winning legs here from Pilgrim, 13-13.
Darryl, you require 40.
And
Game shot on the
14.
fifth leg. Darryl Pilgrim.
Teed it up for you, Darryl. But still, that's quality. And especially on throw,
Sixth
it's very,
leg,
very
it's
hard to
Jeroen to
break a
throw
14
first.
darter. Forces
Game
you
on.
into that 4-visit leg, which often means you either need a hat-trick of 140s or you need to find a max.
Pilgrim
42.
averaging 9.999. And as Paul Nicholson would say, call the fire brigade.
The double ice cream.
58.
You just want to go down the seaside on Saturday morning, don't you, Matt?
Oh, I do like ice cream, yeah. Big fan of ice cream.
133.
Couple of the Super Series team actually at the end of yesterday's session went
60
to a popular restaurant for an ice cream. Popular brand of ice cream. Well, this is sweet like chocolate.
180.
And Caron has turned the screw again.
$180.
Fifth maximum of the game. 3-2 in favour of Caron.
146.
Feel like he's going to need to hit one of those biggies in the next leg. Because that's where we're going on the back of the 146 finish there for Caron. The last 9 darts. Spectacular there from Caron. 133, 180, 146.
Game on.
That is 459 points in 9 darts.
77.
World class.
Pilgrim potentially has a bit of problems here. That last dart could become vital. Finding a big treble with the last.
43.
So Pilgrim's perfect day, all eyes on this.
58.
They both hit each other with big shots, big legs, 12 darters, 13 darters. Who can hold it together
83.
in the last leg? Just staying straight, find the big treble. At the moment, it's advantage Pilgrim. Purely due to the fact that he's thrown first. Both players blinking. Neither player taking command.
95.
Big last dart, a puff of the cheeks from Daryl Pilgrim. He knows he's under pressure. He knows this is a game that he'd have eyeballed at the start of the day, and will know the situation that a win
83.
here will put him in a very strong chance to get himself over the line into Saturday night with just minimal work tomorrow.
Could Caron be the one to spoil the perfect Pilgrim party?
69.
For the third time in this leg, Pilgrim finds a treble with the last dart in hand.
$85.
He's edgy. They are both losing the line. But the race to the double, they are neck and neck.
130.
Big last dart.
Good thinking as well there from Pilgrim to make sure he leaves himself on a 2 dart to the 25. Would have left him the 97. But here comes Caron.
122. Daryl
Caron
requires
comes careering
72.
in himself. But this for the perfect day. Double 12. Oh, and that's a bad miss. Into the single 9. And so Caron is going to get a chance to spoil the Pilgrim party.
64. Jeroen, you require 85.
Well, that leaves 78. That's going to mean a treble or a double required for Caron. He finds it.
Game shot.
And
match.
executes it.
Jeroen Caron.
And Jeroen Caron gets over the line. In the end, an 85 checkout, taken out in the most unconventional of ways. And he is the only player to stop Daryl Pilgrim on day 1 of Group C. A 4-3 victory for the Belgian, defying the 96 of Daryl Pilgrim, who went off with back-to-back 13 dart legs. The 93.42 average will cut on, 4 for the 7 on the doubles, and that 146 checkout as well. So, Pilgrim stays on 8, but he is going to be top of the pile no matter what tonight. Next up, Garcia takes on Meulenkamp. Hello again, everybody, and welcome back. For the break, we saw Jeroen Caron inflict the first defeat of the day upon Daryl Pilgrim, a 4-1 victory for the Belgian against Mr. P, who will not end up being Mr. Perfect, but he is going to be top of the table overnight, regardless of the outcome of the last two matches. If Von Moulenkamp, though, wins this game against Kevin Garcia, Pilgrim will be top of the pile on 8, and the rest of the field will be on 4.
That last result really did just shake this up a little bit. We're starting to consider Daryl Pilgrim running away with this. The average is always around the mid-90s today.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw
It would have
first.
taken
Game
an
on.
almighty performance to topple him, and it came. Fantastic from Jeroen Caron. He might have lost his opportunity when he went for the ball and pulled it into the 7, but rescued it well.
$100.
Could be a game that could go deep, couldn't it, Matt?
$86.
Sort of game that the pace of the game you feel would sort of suit
21.
both. Players that tend to play at a more steady pace tend to enjoy playing against each other. You often hear Glenn Durrant talk about that as someone who's quite a steady player,
83.
loves playing against the other players. It gives you that little bit of extra thinking time.
Yeah, Glenn Durrant in action from 10 p.m. this evening, which means we won't be leaving
60.
the building till 10 a.m. tomorrow. Hello, Glenn. See you later, pal. No doubt
56.
that his old mucker Chris Dobie will be in lines of communication with us tonight. My DMs are open, Chris. That's all I'm saying.
59. $42.
Cagey, edgy opening leg, this.
130.
Sort of been the feel of how it's gone for both players. Kev Garcia really did hit the ground running. That picture of
85.
Colin
Ron, you
Osborne
require
at the start of the day.
131.
If this 105 goes, I
Kevin,
will
you
not say
require
another word for the
105.
rest of the match.
Come on, Kevin.
67. Ron, you require 60.
60 for On the Bomb. Tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
And a
Ron
cap breaks, he
Moulenkamp.
leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Ron to throw first. Game on. $97. $100. $100. $57. 77. 58.
Kevin Garcia really has slid down in terms of the performance as the day has gone on.
25.
You tend to get this here at the Super Series when players sort of open really well, and then
134.
when that negativity starts, like it did for Kevin Fixture number 3, his first defeat of the day, just find it hard to recover from it, which it is unusual going back up there after tasting defeat. It's a very strange experience. You normally lose and you go home, regroup and come back again.
Kevin, you require
Your
152.
regroup time here, we're talking 40 minutes at times, especially in a Group B campaign like this evening.
58. Ron, you require 73.
Options. 12 or 20. Tops.
33.
Dips above. Garcia's got the opportunity to break back. Double 18? No, decided to go double 20 for double 8.
45.
So Moorenkamp
Ron,
comes
you
back
require
to
40.
double his lead.
Game shot on the
2-0
second leg. Ron
Moorenkamp.
Moorenkamp.
Tops pin last dart in hand, and he's really beginning to take the ascendancy now.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $95.
Do want to delve deeper into 2024, Matt. And one thing, I know we had a little bit of a joke about the Paul-in thing, but going back to that point, in all seriousness, my darting wish for the Super Series in 2024 is we saw how good the influx of the Asian Tour players were at Alexandra Palace. It'd be so nice if the opportunity was there to have the likes of Man Lok Leung here, to have the likes of Doi Goto here at the Super Series, because we saw Haruki Murematsu play really well when he came down here to the Super
100.
Series.
Absolutely, it is becoming a very global product here now at the Super Series. We've had players joining us
59.
from Australia, New Zealand, Canada, America, Stoke.
$100.
I think the work that's been done out in Asia really came to fruition, didn't it, at this year's World Championships? And I think the more exposure there is for it, I think the better the game's going to get out there. And full credits and credence has got to go to the work that the PDC Asian Tour are doing.
100. Kevin, you require 148.
148 for Garcia, doesn't go. It's a Moorenkamp back for 3-0.
94. Ron, you require 104.
$97 left, so treble 19 and tops.
$27. Kevin, you require 54.
So to bring the scoreline back to 2-1, Garcia's looking at tops.
Game shot on the
Never in
third
doubt.
leg.
Back
Kevin
to
Garcia.
2-1 we go. Garcia on the board. But Moorenkamp has the darts here to re-establish that two-leg cushion.
Fourth leg, it's Ron to throw first. Game on.
And a lot of good qualities here, Kevin Garcia.
$70.
It's very good quality in a player when things aren't quite going
60
as you'd expect. Things are not going as your season would dictate or how you was playing on the practice board, but you can still dig in there and grind out results. It's a most important quality when you're out there on the various tours
56.
as well. So really good to see Kevin digging deep here.
$81. $180. $138.
Munich-Camp then in a position here to move himself 3-1 to the good against Kevin Garcia. And if Ron the Bone can pick up this win, just a reminder of the group scenario, Pilgrim would be top of the pile. He's going to be top of the pile no matter what, on 8 points.
95.
And it would mean that the rest of the field would be on 4 points. Munich-Camp then with a solitary ton after 12. He's just up the levels a little bit in this leg, aided and abetted by the first maximum of this match. He'll feel that if he could just put on a bit of a spurt, that he'll deal with Garcia quite quickly.
60.
Tots does a go.
Kevin, you require
Garcia an outside shout, but a shout nonetheless.
That opportunity has swiftly passed him by. So Muhlenkamp
35. Ron, you require 40.
tops to hold his throw. Chasing it around the board.
35.
Gives
Kevin,
it a
you
thumbs
require
up. I don't think he's
106.
giving it a thumbs up because he's too delighted with the shot. It certainly weren't the Gildings.
This would be some way to level it up. It's top to Garcia. For
Game shot on a fourth
106
leg,
to
Kevin
level
Garcia.
up at 2-2. I think we're going to go all the way, Matt. The indications
Fifth
are saying
leg,
this
it's
could
Kevin
go
to throw
deep.
first. Game on.
Just praising Kevin Garcia a leg ago for that fighting, dogged quality.
140.
You know how important it is to have that attribute when you're out there on the various tours, and he's showing it in abundance here.
$100. $99. $140. $42. $105. $23. Ron, you require 156.
He's got 6 from here to re-establish the lead. With Muhlenkamp, who raced into a 2-0 advantage before being pegged back by Garcia.
$60.
He's himself 96.
$96. Ron, you require 96.
Double 18.
78. Kevin, you require
Does it go? He's already had a 106, Garcia. Can he follow suit with a 101? That Double 16. And that would have been
69.
for back-to-back
Ron, you
toppers.
require 18.
Big passage in play. You're in a camp for the break.
9.
Cannot convert the double
Kevin, you
9.
require
And so
32.
Garcia to hold double 16 is now his chance to move 3-2 in front and to take the lead for the first time in the match. Double 8.
No score.
Dragged
Ron, you
low.
require 9.
When you feel like the world's against you, like Ron Muhlenkamp must do right now. Player coming up with 3 darts in hand and missing. Quite
Getting shot on
often
a fifth
can
leg,
really
Ron
be a
Muhlenkamp.
spark for you. It can just make you feel like maybe everything's not against me. Maybe I haven't walked under too many
Sixth
ladders.
leg, it's Ron to throw first.
Maybe I haven't walked past too many
Game
cats.
No, Kevin Garcia has literally been struck by lightning. He survived. He got struck by lightning once before.
100.
And managed to tell the tale.
$84.
Do you want to know what the odds are of being struck by lightning? Actually, it's a little bit more scary than you think, actually, Matt.
80.
Because the chances of being struck by lightning in a lifetime
140.
is 1 in a million. Although some experts suggest that it's more likely than that, with odds of being struck by lightning perhaps being more like in the UK, 1 in 300,000. However, if you live in the United States of America, well, you've got every chance of being struck by lightning. 1 in 15,300. Garcia might be struck by
127.
Muhlenkamp, who leads 76
Ron, you
of the
require
match.
76.
Bullseye for the win for Ron.
51. Kevin, you
Don't
require
expect Kevin Garcia to go for the
150.
3 balls, but it's an option if he wants to stay on that target. It might be the last darts that Kevin Garcia gets in this game.
98.
But when you've had a day like Ron
Ron, you
Muhlenkamp's
require
had, this is not
25.
easy. Even the single number becomes tricky.
Double 8. Has to move over. The big barrel does
9.
not help.
Kevin, you require 52.
Just feel the tension every time
Game
Ron
shot on the
Muhlenkamp comes
sixth
to
leg. Kevin Garcia.
the hockey. Kevin Garcia is going to take us all the way. Kevin Garcia will also have the throw in this last leg.
7th and final leg. It's Kevin
It
to
all
throw
just
first.
feels like effort from
Game
Muhlenkamp.
on.
You'd say advantage Kevin on 2 aspects. One, the psychological warfare, and the second, the fact that he's throwing first.
95.
We'll add a third one in there. He's also found a red.
Leg
100.
7.
$84.
The last leg of a taxing day, the last leg of a tiring day. And as the fuel tank reaches empty, who can just find those reserves right at the very end?
83. $139.
Garcia is the one who is managing to draw something. 6 starts now, away from the match, and a 4-3 victory.
140. $99. $58. Kevin,
On
you
the match,
require
he was
84.
2-0 down early on in the piece. But Kevin Garcia is going to have a dart at the bullseye to win the match, but it
53.
dips below into the
Ron, you require
19s.
120.
Bomb to drop a bomb. The good guy, he went ball because, okay, the guy was okay for the treble, but for tops, it was awful.
Kevin, you require 31.
May feel awful about his day.
$27. Ron, you require 24.
We go on. 2 12s.
Game
For
shot
the
and the
match
match
for Ron Moolenkamp.
Ron Moolenkamp.
And it means that at the end of proceedings, we are going to see Ron Moolenkamp on 4 points, as is the rest of the field apart from Daryl Pilgrim right now. Although that is going to change when we find our last game of the day. Colin Osborne up against Steve Brown after this short break. Welcome back to the final game of Group C. Steve Brown and Colin Osborne going toe-to-toe in our 15th and final fixture of the session before the break. Ron Moolenkamp got the better of Kevin Garcia in the last leg to side a 4-3. And that means outside of Daryl Pilgrim, who's top of the pile on 8 points, everybody else finds themselves on 4, having picked up 2 victories so far today. But because Brown and Osborne are going toe-to-toe, in the final game of the session, somebody will move on to 6. But the question is, Matthew Edgar, who?
We're about to find out the answer to that question.
100.
2 players that have put in some good performances, but increased performances as the day has gone on. Steve Brown is that for sure. You feel like he's got better as the day's gone on. He lost his opening 2 fixtures, then he won his second 2. Osborne coming into this game on the back of losing with an average of 101. But you've got to say, it was his own downfall, his own doing. Only hitting 1 out of 13 darts at the double.
121.
Brown was thinking 9.
Well, he's missed double 18 for a 9 darter here at the live lounge, Steve Brown. 10 hours later, Conor Heenahan hit a 9.
140.
Brown has registered a 9 darter back in 2013 at the PDC Pro Tour, a Players' Championship event in Crawley.
Colin, you require 130.
Double 20. And now the bullseye for 12 dart start for Colin Osborne.
94. Steve, you require 100.
Doesn't go. He's left himself double 18 after 12. And he is going to get a go. Brown can't convert
60.
the tongue.
Colin, you require 36.
How many times has Colin Osborne left a finish after 4 visits to the board, left a double after 4 visits to the board? He's always going to leave himself likely in legs in this format if he does that.
Game shot on the
He
first
finds
leg,
a 15
Colin
there
Osborne.
to lead 1-0. He did it 3 times, didn't he, against Darrell Pilgrim. Average
Second
101.
leg, it's Steve to throw first.
But it was those
Game
12
on.
missed darts at double that ultimately did for him in the end.
100. $121.
Osborne looking to back up that 100 average he had in the last game, but he's looking to back it up with 100 average at this
100.
time is a winning one. Both players kicking off this game with some big power scoring. The
100.
players that be very well aware of each other would have travelled around the globe during their peaks of their powers. Would have been
100.
the PDC Pro Tour around at the same time when they was both in the big TV majors. Just bring back those positive vibes, get those mental
95.
anchors into place. Take you back to that place when you're stood behind your opponent and you're expecting the good stuff.
105.
Brown leaving 96 after 12.
$41. Steve, you require 96.
Treble 17 and Tots. Gonna go for Steve Brown, and so
33.
this time Osborne
Colin, you require
has left something a bit
144.
bigger after 12. Doesn't go, and so Brown to level up.
96. Steve, you require 63.
Tops
43.
dragged below, dipped
Colin, you
below, and so
require
Osborne for the
48.
break. Double top. 2 10s.
No score. Steve, you require
Both,
20.
Distance away there from Colin Osborne.
Game shot on the second leg. Steve Brown.
Good game to end the day here in Group C. But isn't the last bit
Third
of action
leg,
we'll
it's
be bringing
Colin
you
to throw
today. We'll be
first.
back at 10 o'clock for
Game
Group B
on.
when Glenn Durrant will be taking to the MODUS Super State for the very first time.
70.
Interestingly, when Darrell Pilgrim won his weekend Series 5, Glenn Durrant presented him with the trophy. Glenn Durrant could be lifting the trophy himself on Saturday night. What a story that would be.
85.
Here's another part of the story you didn't think of. I would be presenting him the trophy.
82.
Nah, Chris Murphy will do it instead.
$134.
I do know there's a fair few people coming on Saturday. There's been a lot of interest in and around Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series in the back of the event in the last few days.
125.
I know of a few people that have messaged me today that said that they're going to come down for the first time, and they're coming down in groups as well.
$100. Steve, you require 114. $39. Colin, you require 112.
Bit of a slip there from Steve Brown when he was just looking at putting himself in pole position to break the throw of Colin Osborne. He may not get another opportunity. It's top for Osborne, and it's a Tumblers finish. His first one of this group, the first one of the day. He'd give us a 1-2-7 in game.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to
Group
throw first.
But
Game
what
on.
a time to register the first Tumblers checkout there for Colin.
57. $41. $125. $100. $100. $45. $48. $177.
Big darts there from Osborne to put himself back in a leg that he was completely out of.
90. Colin, you require 138.
So the Humphreys for Osborne. Try and get this as close as possible. 115. They switch down to the 19s
80.
here. Switches down with
Steve, you require 81.
Butchers Successus.
Double.
46. Colin, you require
It's not
58.
the hit. This would be lit if Osborne took out the 58. That's his
Shot on a full
ping.
flag,
Break
Colin
a throw.
Osborne.
3-1.
Love that when
Fifth
you break
leg,
the
it's
throw.
Colin to
Straight
throw
down the
first.
hockey.
Game
Hit
on.
the opponent at the back of the stage. Deep breath taking in. Big inhale of breath. Gonna oxygen rich that blood.
140.
Always good when you're just feeling a little bit tired or jaded, or you just want to reset the heart rate. Get ready for
140.
battle again here for Steve Brown. He's going to have to dig deeper. He's going to have to break the throw of Colin Osborne twice. He is to win this fixture from here. This could be the invitation here from Colin Osborne that Steve
26.
Brown would have been hoping for.
$54.
So Osborne 3-1 up
95.
in our final game of the day. Well, of this session at least, anyway.
57. $26.
226s in a leg here from Colin Osborne. You can see the funny side of it, and you can often see the funny side of things when you've got a cushion in the legs column like he has at the moment.
100.
That might be evaporating unless he can get things straightened back up again.
Oh, the advantage he had is whistled away to nothing.
Again, losing the line by quite some distance. The chances are it won't be a 26.
34. Steve, you require 150.
Another poor visit there from Colin Osborne, who's floundering as the finishing line comes into sight. Steve Brown says thank you very much.
All about setting up.
$140. Steve, you require 16.
2 8s. Not be the worst guy in the world, but he's overcompensated.
Colin, you
and
require
so Colin Osborne
40.
here got a dart at tops for a 4-1 win. The Wizard heads down for double 10.
20. Steve, you
And it does a
require
go,
8.
and Brown gets another go. Double 4 is what he wants. And what he
shot on the
gets,
fifth
back to
leg,
3-2.
Steve
And
Brown.
importantly as well, it's a breaker throw.
Sixth leg,
A
it's
breaker
Steve to
throw
throw
and sing me a
first.
breaker voice as
Game
well.
on. 134. $139.
Now they're coming out to play with the big scores.
140.
Don't forget that if you've missed any of this session, this has been a good session, then you can tune into our highlights package on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel,
85.
tailor-made. And then we're back 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV and
100.
on the Super Series YouTube channel for the culmination and the beginning of Group B here at the Live Lounge.
140. Steve, you require 127.
127. And game. And
Game shot on the
game.
sixth leg, Steve
and
Brown.
the sixth leg to Steve Brown. We go all the way.
Seventh and final leg. It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
And into a decider we go. Enough to make you speechless.
40.
I'm looking for a max.
140.
A 140 will do for him.
$60.
So then the last leg of the session. A session which has
100.
been littered with drama. A session which has been dominated by Darryl Pilgrim. He won the first 4 games of his session before then being
60.
undone by the very end against Jeroen Caron.
131.
But I tell you what, where's this come from Steve Brown? On the back of the 127, he's left himself on 130 after 9. He's left Osborne in the distance
180. Steve, you require 130.
for the match. That would have been for back-to-back 130 finishes to complete the game.
54.
And so Osborne
Colin, you
now
require
161. Well, this would be some way to get out of jail. Down we go for treble 17.
137.
And now Brown comes back,
Steve, you
leaving
require
76 to complete the job. 16. He's missed the big number. He's missed the big number. And the sigh on his face says it all. And so Osborne is back
36.
wanting double 12.
Colin, you require 24.
He's been made to work for it in the end as the Wizard. But he has
shot.
gone
And the
over the
match,
line.
Colin
A
Osborne.
4-3 victory for Colin Osborne to round off the Group C action. He beat Steve Brown in a last leg decider by 4-3, and it means it's going to be he who is the big challenger to Darrell Pilgrim. He moves on to 6 points. A 4-3 win. Osborne beats Brown. Pilgrim topping the pile. He's on 8 points. It's enough to make you speechless. I'm off for a coffee. We'll be back at 10, but before we do that, let's hear from Matthew Edgar, his thoughts on the session with Chris Murphy.
Yeah, let's indeed, Matthew. What are your thoughts on that session? 'Cause it looked like Darrell Pilgrim was going to dominate. He did dominate, but he didn't get through the card.
I don't think a single one of these players are going to leave here today and go, oh, what a day that was. They're all going to feel like they had opportunities to leave here very clear. I mean, Darrell Pilgrim, yeah, looked like he was going to go through the card. Got to the last fixture, 13 darts, 26 darts, he's 2-0 up. It looked like he was cruising, looked like he was going to be a 4-0. He got hit back and didn't have the response. He pulled the dart low at the very end and maybe a little sign of tightness.
He's won 4 out of 5 in the end. It looks like he'll probably go through as the bookies expected. But looking at the rest of the results, what is really significant for you going out tomorrow? Maybe one of those last 4-3 wins for all of the other runners.
I think the fact that the table's going to bunch up, I think, is the real big thing here that stands out for me in terms of the results, because every time we looked like we was going to start getting a bit of a gap, someone else would come in and completely turn the table around. We had a fixture earlier where we went from 5th up to 2nd in the table. I think we're going to see that a lot tomorrow, flip-flopping the results. Very similar to what we had in Group A, where Colin Osborne was either in Group C or he won the group. I think we're going to get that same sort of scenario tomorrow, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how it all pans out.
Aside from that, has Darrell Pilgrim once again today shown his credentials to go on and be a champion once again here at the Super Series?
Absolutely, but one thing I'm still noticing with Darrell is he hasn't quite found that fear factor, that aura about him yet, because he's come up here today and been by far statistically the best player, but he's still got pipped to the post. Now, we've seen players come on this stage before and play worse than Darrell Pilgrim has, like Robert Thornton has over the last sort of couple of days in Group A, but just carry that bit of stage presence and that aura about them, which Pilgrim just seems to be lacking, where people are a bit scared against him. They're fearful when they get that chance. At the moment, they get a chance and they take it.
Yeah, and Jeroen Caron did that. Didn't show any fear when he took out this stunning 1-4-6 checkout. He was 3-2 down at the time. OK, Pilgrim not on a finish. But that's the kind of checkout that shows, you know what, mate, I can beat you.
Absolutely. And there were so many positive signs in there for Jeroen Caron in that fixture that really is going to be good going into tomorrow. I like his throw, I like his action when he's relaxed and he's able to get that extension. We do see some tension in the shoulders at times. It's like he's pulling himself back, not releasing and letting it go. But when he does do that, there's a player in there.
Certainly is. It's going to be a close run thing tomorrow. Here is the table, and as we can see, just 2 points separating 5 players. Pilgrim not quite there yet. Had he won all of his games, you'd probably think he would be. But who do you think is the most likely to go through with Darrell Pilgrim if that is to be the case?
Do you know what? I said it at the start of today, and I'm going to stick with it. I think the top 2 are the top 2. I think that's how we're probably going to see it finish off. I think it's probably going to be not drama-free. I think there's going to be moments where I'm going to question myself and maybe change my mind a few times. But I think ultimately we'll go back to square one. I think the top 2 stay the same.
You think we could get a similar scenario like we got yesterday?
I hope so. I do enjoy those sort of scenarios where we've got going down to the last game and there's so much riding on it. I do like the idea of just thinking about what it's like for that player in the practice room when they're watching players on stage, and it could benefit them as well. So I like that sort of 3-way split, and I really hope we get that again tomorrow. I would not be surprised, because that tends to come when the levels are very similar. And tomorrow, it's all going to come down to that little bit of bottle.
Right, we're going to turn our attention away from the Super Series for a moment. Earlier today, Luke Littler, the 2-time champion, of course, here, and the finalist at the World Championship, he was awarded a place in the Premier League. Matt, 16 years old, Premier League player, your instant reaction to that?
It's the right decision. It's the right decision and it's the wrong decision in a way. He's got a lot of demands coming his way now, so he's not ever played at the moment in a Pro Tour environment, European Tour environment. Now, I'm not ever debating that Luke Littler in terms of what he can produce on the dartboard as being a concern. It's the travel demands and everything that comes with that. One thing we know, though, from Luke Littler is he loves darts. He'd played darts every single hour of the day. When he comes down here to the Super Series, you get a text message from him on the Sunday. Where can I practice? Luke, you've got 6 days of darts ahead of you. You don't want to be practicing. Gets to the Wednesday. Can I go to the local open now as well? So I'm not worried about it in terms of those demands. It's just the travelling coming on top. But he's going to have absolute perfect team of people around him to manage this for him. Talent-wise, I can't wait to see what he can do in the Premier League. I've seen that he's been installed as the second favourite to win it. And off the back of this last week, it's hard to argue because he's an absolute enigma of a player.
And the story as well, we can see the emotion from when he won those 2 series here at the Live Lounge. It's incredible. At that point, he wouldn't be thinking, you wouldn't be thinking, nobody in the world would be thinking that we'd be stood on the stage where he won it just months later and talking about him as a world finalist and a Premier League player.
I thought we'd be talking about it. The key part was months later. That's the bit maybe I didn't think so. When we saw Luke Littler here, when he qualified for the UK Open just days after his birthday, straight away I was like, this guy is special. I've watched him growing up, as we all have. We all feel like darting dads of Luke Littler, watching him hitting 9 darters at 14 years old and the sort of story of him growing up through darts. And all the way through, you could sense something special. I grew up in an era with Stephen Bunting, Adrian Lewis, Michael van Gerwen. I saw all those players sort of in their development. Luke Littler's better than the lot, and I'm really keen to see exactly where he goes.
There we go. Yeah, congratulations to him. Talking of darting dads, your darting dad's going to be in action this evening, isn't he? Glenn Durrant swapping the microphone to be stood on the oche and throwing the darts again. I know he's a bit apprehensive. He hasn't been able to practice an awful lot because he's been at the World Championship doing a great job in commentary and media commitments that a lot of people in the darting world have had since then. What do you think tonight is the aim for Glenn?
Myself and Glenn, we've got very similar paths in terms of how we've conducted ourselves, either with the tour, coming off the tour, what we've done, and sort of career choices and moves. We're very, very similar. We're very along sort of lines on that. Now, when we look at my own experience here when I played 6 months ago, I came here, I had no clue what to think. Glenn's doing the same. I got here, started practicing, asked, how do you think it's going to go? Not a clue. And then I come up here, 9 darts in, I was like, oh, I'm getting that feeling, I'm getting that vibe, I'm back again, I'm on this, and I ended up winning the group and getting to the semi-finals that week. I think for Glenn Durrant, a lot of this is going to lie, not on the first match, but the first leg. He's got to hit the ground running. If he does, I think he'll forget how busy he's been, he'll forget the lack of preparation, and it'll just feel normal and natural again, because that fire in the belly will start to ignite, and that will take over anything the brain wants to tell you.
Well, thank you, Matt. Thank you for watching. Glenn Durrant will be in action tonight. A real reason to tune in from 10 p.m. live here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and we will be live on Sporty Stuff TV. We hope to see you then when the question will be, how well does it do?